Did that work? Can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? Let me know. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. I'm not leaving until you read Cat in the Hat. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Let me know. Please. Oh, Pog, it worked. I don't know what the fuck happened. My connection is perfect. I had to end my stream and start it again. Thanks, YouTube. Appreciate you for that. So infuriating, dude. Now I'm gonna have 2 streams of the finale up instead of it all being like neatly in one neat little package. Ugh, I'm sad. I also have to go to the bathroom really bad. I was like, should I go to the bathroom? I should probably fix this first. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Ugh, what a momentum killer. All right, hold on. Let me, I have to reach out to somebody really quick. Okay, fuck, man, that was such a drag. Right when I started talking about Vine dying, they're like, he's on us, kill the feed. Fuck, man, I'm so annoyed. Anyways, alright, so you guys can see me, you guys can hear me. Gosh, what a drop. I have to use the restroom anyway, so I appreciate those of y'all who are still here, sticking around. Again, it's just an excuse to not cool. Not cool. Yeah, literally, for some reason it was just like an error has occurred. Please try again later. It's like, bro, I'm live right now. What do you mean? I have to like now go look for all those super chats that I didn't respond to. Great, great, great. Yeah, so I'll just apologize on principle, even though I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm sorry for the inconvenience, you guys. That's also very frustrating for me, too, because it's like, bruh. What happened? The stream just died. I have to, like, go back into the ether and fix all this stuff. Give me 1 second, actually. I'm going to try to grab those super chats so I can respond to them for when the stream is done. If I remember how to do that, that'd be great. Okay, so first off, don't do it with that. Do it with this. Okay. Oh, boy. All right, give me a second, guys. No, my internet connection was fine. It was not Comcast. My internet was fine. OBS was fine. It was literally just a weird YouTube thing. Which, I mean, go figure, but... I don't know. Where do I go for super chats? See all. Okay. Holy fuck, there's a lot just from today. Okay, so I have the page open for the super chats. So the ones that have come so far will have to be at the end of the stream. There is going to be a 2-part now, so I have to make a second thumbnail for you know what's crazy? This happened to me in chapter 1. So it happened at the first chapter of the volume, and it happened on the last chapter of the volume. Can you believe that? However, the first chapter mess up was my internet provider's fault. So yeah. Anyways, thank you guys still for tuning in and hanging out. I really appreciate it. For those of you who stuck through that issue, We did drop a little bit in viewers, but it's understandable. These things happen. I'm going to go to the restroom really quick. You guys can enjoy the man, the myth, the legend himself. He had his YouTube debut today, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be no complaints whatsoever across the board for anybody when they're getting the supplementary high-tier quality content that they subscribed for. And it's very clear that you guys... that this is the man of the hour. So enjoy while you can. And I will be back. I will be back in a moment. I'm back. The man has returned. The true man of the hour. Thank you, Chair Coon. We love you, respect you, and appreciate you above all else. Oh, look at that. All the donations coming in. I might actually have to go back to the bathroom really quick. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. God damn it, Chair Coon. You're taking my community. Did you guys like the video I posted today? Very surprised by the turnout for that. Was not expecting... I mean, it was entertaining. I put a lot of effort into it, even though it's like it's just a meme. Yeah, I put so much effort into that. I literally created my own character. I literally felt like it was like I was creating my own like lore for my, like I was creating like backstory and like personality and all that stuff. I've never played D&D, but I feel like that's what it's like, making like your own campaign, your own characters with their own backstory and lore and history and stuff like that. Why is Arnold here? Chair Coon is cultured for cake? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Hunt. I don't know. You guys are getting a little too brave with some of these super chats, okay? Just because you love Chair Coon doesn't mean you gotta put down other creators. I'm trying over here. I'm an actual meat person. Remember that. Thank you, Hunt, for the 2 super chats. I appreciate it. Chair Coon Senpai, notice me. I'll give you everything. Momo Arsene. Chair Coon, the best. Who needs art? Jeez, man. If that's what you say behind my back, I can only imagine what you say to my face. Elite Cobra, thank you for the... Thank you, maybe? I think? Hey, Chair Coon, how's it going? Just wanted to say that I'm an ass person for obvious I'm also an ass person for obvious reasons. Oh, boy. Fun's over, Arnold's back. Ah, yeah. Real creative. I agree, Chair Coon. Cinder totally be like, who's the 5th best... Wait. Who's the 5 best maidens of all time? Thinks about it. Cinder, 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 because I spit hot fire. Wouldn't there be 4 best maidens? Because there's only 4 of them. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, Lycon. Ew, Arnold's back. Stream's over. Okay, dude. Anyways. Never dealt with this amount of slander in my life. You guys will rue this day. I swear it. Anyways, let's, So, like I was saying... Wait for it. Wait for it. Pause champ, pause champ. Vine died. We good? Okay, we're good. Oh, my God. Okay, so Vine died. I'm, like, so nervous now. So, no, Dan, don't say lag. I literally thought it happened again. So Vine died. Yeah, don't troll me like that, please. I literally get super stressed out when it comes to, like, my connection and people coming and going and leaving because, like, connection issues. All right. Anyways, Vine is gone. I am not a fan of this decision. I am not happy. As the kids will say, what do the kids say nowadays? I don't know. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Something along those lines. I don't even know where that comes from, by the way. All right, guys, seriously, stop saying lag unless there's actually lag, because that's I want to believe chat. And I don't want you guys to meme about stuff like that, because I do take that seriously. It's from a food review channel? Okay. Oh, review, bruh. Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't watch him, like, all that much. Yeah, this is Running on Empty Food Review. Yeah, review, bruh. Yeah, I'm not the most... Like, I'm not, like, a super hardcore fan of his stuff, so I didn't know that came from him. But every so often, I see him in my feed, and like, especially if it's something that I've also had, or if it's I've definitely gone on and, like, tried things based on his recommendation, based on, like, him, based on him getting it too. So yeah. Okay, I did not know that was from it. Actually, that seems pretty consistent and appropriate for him, of, like, a critique. It's like, I ate this meal and now my day is ruined. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so, again, not happy about Harriet going through with all this nonsense for, like, half of the for, like, the entire volume, basically. And, realizing the errors of her ways at the last minute when she realized that she had doomed everybody, and now one of her friends has to bail them out with his life. The character that I actually like, that most people pretty much overlooked the entire volume. Very, very, very not happy about that. I respect Vine for it, but the man deserved better. You know? So I think ultimately this is definitely solidified his character. I definitely think he's gonna be bumped up a bit when the Oscars comes around for, like, best moments, or I think we have a few new categories this year for the Oscars compared to last year. So I hope that they are well received, and people think very critically about their choices and things of that nature. But yeah, the Oscars is going to be great. I don't know if Vine... You voted for Vine last year? Yeah. Marrow obviously won best Aesop. I also think Vine won... No, Marrow won best Aesop, and he won best Semblance. So yeah. I think he won best new character too. I don't know if we did best new character last year, because I know we made the mistake last year of putting the Aesops in best new character category and best Aesop. Like, the best Aesop should have been that own category, so we have learned from last year to this year. Where's Marrow? Marrow is probably on that second ship. He's on the second ship. He's knocked out. You know, because Elm was there too, and I wasn't expecting Elm to be there with Robin and Crow, but I guess they threw them on a second ship and then booked it. So, yeah. I mean, they saved Mantle, so, I mean, I understand the sacrifice needed, but it's like, come on, bruh. That did not need to happen. Anyways, I've already mentioned my displeasure with it. So, yeah, this second half was really great. I love how RWBY was just super clever with her symbol. I was not expecting her to do that. That was also the thumbnail, by the way. I don't know why. I just think the animation when Cinder kicks the relic, when Cinder kicks the relic up like and grabs it, I just thought that animation was really clean. I also like the camera angle when RWBY like does a fake out and comes around the backside and hits Neo. So the sound effects too for when I just like that whole scene. I don't know why. It's super simple, but I like the energy. She's just like, oh, I'll take this, thank you. And then she's like, you should have never betrayed me. You should have never threatened me, and you never should have been born. But like, I honestly feel like even if Neo didn't betray, like even if Neo didn't like threaten her, I still feel like this would have happened. This is like a perfect opportunity for her to clean her slate of all I'll talk about this. So I'm going to talk about this right now because I think this is like crucial to Cinder's development, all the things that she's learned and has taken away from this volume, the fact that the audience got a lot of her in the early first half. We got her backstory, which I feel like her backstory, I think Watts talking to Cinder did a lot more for Cinder's development than the backstory that we got for her. The backstory was really, really vanilla for like the fair, like literally almost to a T of like the evil stepsister, the evil stepmother, the Cinderella story that went down the dark road. And I think for the most part, like I really enjoyed Cinder this volume. And that is saying a lot because Cinder has been my most disliked character I think since the show has started. With every volume, you know, I've never really been one to kind of latch on to like superficial aspects of a character, even though I enjoy Neo's presence whenever she's around, right? Her fighting style, her sass, her combat finesse, how you know, I mean, like the personality that she breathes into herself. I'm not like, I think in terms of substance, there's not a lot there for me with Neo because I don't really, like, we don't really know a whole lot, and like what we've gotten from her so far has been very like I guess Torchwick is the primary link to any sort of character development or growth for her. Cinder has been like far worse because I put her much higher in terms of expectations because she's been in the show since the first episode. And I don't know what it's been in terms of like why it's taken Rooster Teeth literally 8 volumes to give us something for Cinder. I think maybe everything that's led up to this volume has been part of that character turn for her. She had to be cocky. She had to be arrogant. She had to want power and be power hungry and do whatever it takes to attain it, whether it's killing people, killing innocent people, getting maiden powers, transmuting herself into Grimm, and also taking a few hits here and there and taking a lot of, like, more L's than she's received W's, right? She killed Pyrrha, sure, but she got blasted by Ruby's silver eyes. She, she found out where the maiden was, she found the spring maiden, but she got cocky and she basically, like, was outplayed by Raven. She wanted revenge against RWBY and the gang at the Fall of Haven, but that cockiness led them to eventually lose the staff, lose potentially getting the maiden powers, so having 2 maiden powers and being left for dead. And then, she comes back into the picture again with, and she does make a really good attempt initially, but then she loses again to, like, Penny and Winter. Not once, but twice to Penny. A second time, like, 1v1ing to Penny. So I think the whole point of Cinder is, like, you want a character as well that's so hungry for power. Like, she's hungry and she wants. She feels entitled because she suffered. And Watts was the one that really put in her head, like, you got to be smart. You got to be you got to be worthy. You can't just be entitled and think you deserve these things when you're making dumb plays. You're not thinking about anything. You don't, like, take a moment to reflect on all of your past failures and how you can improve from them. So what does Cinder do? She does the number one thing that she's been observing Salem do this whole time, right? Cinder, I think, values herself as, like, the Black Queen. She thinks she's the end-all, be-all, right? She's willing to lie to Salem. She's willing to twist the story for Salem. She's willing to go and do things behind her back. And you know, she ultimately says she serves no one. This is a means to an end for her, you know, and I mentioned it like the evil stepmother, you know, she says, you know, you know, without you, I'm nothing, but because of you, I'm everything. I think there's going to be a massive parallel to that by Endgame when Salem, you know, when Cinder gets all 4 maiden magic, when Cinder gets all 4 maiden powers and maybe has a relic or 2 on her hands, and she starts feeling herself and thinks that she can take on, you know, the Queen of Destruction, the Queen of Darkness. But the number one thing that Cinder is taken away from anything is never underestimate the usefulness of others. And I think for this chapter, in these last couple chapters, I felt that it did come from a place of genuine change for Cinder. I thought she was really willing to take on the fact that, you know, she even said it's RWBY. If you want to win, you know, if you want to win, you simply can't do it alone. You need people like Watts on your side. You need the brains like Watts. You need the finesse like Neo. You need the power that you have, but you need to channel it in an intelligent and tactful and a tactical way. And last week's chapter was the results of that. It was the result of her using Watts and using Neo to attain a common goal, which is like counterplay the good guys. But what she also follows up in knowing is, what did Salem do the second that Leo told her, the people stormed the place, Cinder altered the plan, I don't think we're going to be able to get the relic. What did she do? She killed him. She's like, you're a coward. I don't find any use for you. And you're kind of just dead weight to me now. So she killed Leo and she went on with her way. Cinder is basically a spitting image of Salem, like in all of the teachings and all of the lessons that she's learning from her master. She used Neo to get to RWBY. She used the relic, knowing that Watts and Neo are witnesses to that. She used Watts' intellect to kind of set up this whole thing to disconnect people for communication. And when she got both relics in custody, when she actually got the things that she wanted, she was like, all right, Neo, I don't need you anymore. I don't need Ruby Rose anymore. You're both presumably dead. And before Salem shows back up, I gotta kill Watts because he's no longer useful. And I have to lie and say that the good guys use the relic because Watts and Neo could snitch on me, and I gotta protect my own ass. Salem will get what she wants. I'll have forwarded my plans and gotten my revenge, and we'll move on to the next relic and the next maiden, and I'll be one step closer to ultimate power, and get the things that I deserve. So yeah, so I think that everything that Cinder has been doing up to this point has been tactical. It's been with a purpose, and you know, it's just a little annoying because it's like, well, yeah, but you could have been so much better up until this point. But like, she's literally becoming a spitting image of all the lessons. And you know what? You know what? I think Salem does know the truth, because there was one point, and I'll show it once we get to that point, but she was like, what did you create in its, you know, did you destroy their creation? What did you create in its stead? And she says, I merely added more flames to the fires of Atlas. And then Salem looks at her like, huh? And then she like smiles. She's like, hey, atta girl, that's my girl. I taught her everything she knows. Like, it seems like she like knows the truth, but she's willing to accept it because Salem is taking on some of the lessons that are being taught to her, which is never underestimate the usefulness of others. So I think Salem isn't an idiot. I think she understands what's going on, and simultaneously, I think as time goes on, it's just going to become more and more maddening that Salem is going to want to do things one way and Cinder's going to want to do things another way. But look at Salem's forces now. Hazel's dead. Neo's dead. Watts is dead. Ironwood was always a tool for them to use. Tyrion's MIA, and like, she's really down to Tyrion and Cinder at this point. You know, Mercury, I guess, but Mercury, I think Mercury's going to get cold feet, and he's gonna, no offense to the fact that his feet are metal, but I think he's gonna get cold feet, and I think he's going to reevaluate things once things get to the point where they're like beyond him, or beyond anything he thought he signed up for, or beyond the terrible, horrible things that he grew up dealing with because he thought he was strong enough for it. Especially if Salem decides to like use him for experiments or grimification or whatever, you know, something that he's not completely down with, but he realizes that he has no choice.
Calm down,
and
not here for your money.
And then on top of that, Tyrion has him as insurance, I think, especially for, like, for Emerald, because Mercury also said in Volume 6, he was like, do what makes you happy, children. Please, I'm begging you. Which implies that he wants them to do something to go against what they initially signed up for when joining Salem, because at the end of the day, they're going to become a target, and he's likely going to be the one to go after them. And Tyrion loves a good fight. He loves getting his hands dirty. He loves killing in the name of his goddess. And I think that is, I don't know, I think that's just very exciting to kind of just see how everything is planning out for the villains as well. Like, Tyrion's on board, Salem's on board, but Tyrion's on board, Cinder's on board, but has her own agenda. Mercury might be kind of double thinking himself, but at the same time, we don't know if she has any accomplices in Vacuo either, which would be really cool and interesting. So almost like Leo, but not the headmaster. Maybe she does have, like, followers there, because that's the closest place to the Dragon Continent where she originally resided in. So I don't really know, but I do think that there's a lot of things in store for Cinder, and I think Salem is letting her kind of go about this and see how things play out. And then Cinder's going to be like, ha, you thought I was with you the whole time, but I was in it for myself. And then Salem's just going to be like, I knew that from the get-go. Also, I have you on a leash, snaps her fingers, and then, like, the grim arm just, like, takes her over or something. So I'm interested to see what they do with Cinder. I don't really know how far along the lines it's going to go, but I do think, again, this plan was calculated. It was planned out. Cinder is literally following in the footsteps of Salem. Never underestimate the usefulness of others. Get what you want from them, and then expose the, get what you want from them, then dispose of them when they're no longer useful. Neo did what she needed to do. She got 2 for 1 with Ruby and Neo, and she made sure to clean up Watts now that Atlas is no longer necessary for their plans, and so she makes sure that no one snitches on her for using the relic the way that she said she didn't use it. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get through a couple of these super chats. Thank you guys for the super chats. Like I said, I'm going to be reading through any ones that I didn't get through at the end of the stream, but I appreciate it. Last question for the volume. What's your favorite RWBY intro song? Like your bonus favorite credit song? Mine's Time to Say Goodbye and a tie for Divide and Fear. I hope you love this volume as much as me. Can't wait for volume 9. Thank you, Pigeon Power. I appreciate all the support, both on for the super chats and on Patreon. Thank you so much, buddy. I think as of right now, I would say my favorite intro song is Rising. The volume 6 intro, and ending song I think would be Fear as well. I probably have to think a little bit more critically on that, because some of the early volumes, like volumes 1 through 5, I haven't really listened to in a while. Volume 6 is just so in my brain because I love the opening. Like, I love all of, like, the animation stuff that they did. And that was, like, the first real, like, anime opening for RWBY that kind of foreshadowed a lot of things in the show that we'd get to look forward to. It wasn't, like, the same thing like, oh, Emerald's fighting Winter in the opening, and RWBY's fighting Cinder in the opening, and none of that shit happens. Like, Volume 6 and 7 and 8 felt like the first couple of... It felt very much like an anime opening. Like, you can draw a lot of what's going to happen this volume based on the intro. And 9 times out of 10, they've been very, very, very accurate with all of the events. And there were some things in the intro that we didn't realize until the last couple chapters, like Don't Fall. Like, we didn't have any understanding of that until the context was put in the episode. So I really do think that the intros have been great. I do like the Volume 6 intro. Like, that's the one that immediately pops into my mind when I think of RWBY openings. I really do like the Volume 1. Volume 2, Time to Say Goodbye, is just... It's pretty much, like, unanimously, I think, in the community's eyes, like, the best song in the show. Or the best opening. Both for the opening and then as a standalone song. But yeah, I really like Fear as well. I think that was a really great song to play for Volume 7, and that kind of like transitioned the fear that Ironwood felt and all that stuff, and that's what kind of turned him into an antagonist of sorts. So yeah. Alright, let's see. Also, here's to the last stream of the volume. Can't wait for volume 9 and your reactions just as much. Hey, Patrick, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for the support and for the kind words. LOL, I missed the stream. Shout out to Weiss for being the last to fall. Can't wait for her to tell RWBY that, oh boy. Yeah, they're gonna have to tell RWBY what happened to Penny and why she made that sacrifice. Also, Blake and RWBY fell together, so I hope they wake up on the new world together and get more ladybug scenes. Yeah, I actually never thought of that. Everybody else fell at a different time. Yang was the first to fall, and then RWBY and Blake, and then Weiss, and then Jean. So they might all be scattered on different parts of this island or this dimension or whatever, and there might be like an episode or two with them divided. Neo also fell separate from everybody as well, so that'll be really exciting. I also feel kind of bad for Neo because, yeah, she's the villain and all that. But when her and RWBY were falling, Blake was just like, RWBY! So it's like, RWBY, I'll have a chance to save you. Neo, not so much. So, and like I said, it makes sense. But, like, as a viewer, I'm like, damn, Neo, you're going down alone. Have fun fighting Yang when you see her. But, yeah, Patrick, thank you again so much for the support, for the generosity, for the comments. I really appreciate it. I honestly think Salem is going to kill Cinder. I think Cinder will push her luck so far. Yeah, I mean, that's also possible too. We just don't know what Salem's end goal is with using Cinder as a vessel for the Four Maidens besides being a skeleton key for all of the relics. I don't know if there's a way that she's going to be able to try to maybe harness Cinder as the vessel, or I don't know. It's going to be really tough. We have no idea. Let's see. Where's William Penja? I have no idea. He hasn't showed up yet. Larissa Osborne. What do you think happened to Penny's body? So yeah, when the golden roads were closing off, I don't even know what to call them. But when the yellow brick roads were closing, yeah, Penny's body was on the platform, so logically speaking, it must have fallen into the void and is now on that island with them. I've heard people talk about about like maybe RWBY will stumble across it or somebody, but I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it. I have seen Harry Potter. And for those of you who have seen Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows the ending of the Deathly Hallows Part 1, that scene at that death at the end, and like on the beach, I wonder if they would do something similar, like if they see Penny's body and they bury her there or something. Again, that's if, you know, if the consistency follows through, that Penny died on the platform, and then when all the roads disappeared or the platforms disappeared, the body fell off screen and it's somewhere on the island amongst them, and RWBY might see it for herself, and then Jean's gonna have to explain himself and explain the situation, and then Ruby's gonna need to be consoled and everything else. So yeah. I think that might be a possibility as well. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see. All right. So yeah, I think that's what could possibly happen in the next volume, which would suck because that would mean we'd get one final send-off for Penny, and it's not even like, it's like, well, we're gonna remind you of it next volume, so you're not out of the woods just yet, fandom. What if falling at different times leads to different places in time? Yang sees Team Stark, RWBY sees... No, I don't think that would be... I mean, that's interesting, but I don't think it's gonna work like that. I think, like, this island is going to be... You know what I mean? Because Crescent Rose landed there, so by that logic, that means Crescent Rose is on this island, but nobody else is on this island, but it seems like a central setting for all of them. You know, because Crescent Rose fell at a different time than all of them, too. But, yeah, I mean, everyone else had different thought processes for what that island was, and I will talk about that towards the end. But, yeah. Yeah, thank you guys all for the super chats. Okay, so let's carry on now. Alrighty. So yeah, again, so this top image right here just shows Blake charging in to save RWBY. Meanwhile, Neo's just still fall. We didn't even see Neo fade. She just faded, and then that was the worst of it. It's like, Blake, that's why you needed a freaking Volume 7 upgrade. Your weapon didn't change at all. The only thing that changed was you added the little sliver of yellow metal to your weapon. That's not an upgrade. Why are you still using cloth that could easily be singed and scorched and set you up for falling and dying? I'm still waiting for that Blake upgrade, RWBY. I demand fireproof cloth next time for Blake. It was a repair, but that's the thing. Why did Blake get a repair while everybody else, well, not everybody else, Weiss doesn't need an upgrade. Weiss is literally already like best girl, and she's got like a bajillion summons. But like, Yang got an upgrade, RWBY got an upgrade. Why did Blake simply get a repair? You know? That's my question. It's not the fact that she got an upgrade. It's like, why? It's not the fact that it was repaired. It's like, why wasn't it upgraded? Because that upgrade might have come in handy right now. Weiss could have used time dilation. God, Weiss could always, here's the thing, chat. Weiss can always use time dilation. That's the thing. Weiss could, you could always use time dilation. She just chooses not to. I'm still waiting for it. Yeah, and see, at this point, Penny literally thinks that Blake, Yang, and RWBY are dead. You know? And Weiss thinks that too. Again, checkmate lives on. She's using Blake's. That reminds me of like RWBY using Penny's weapon to fight the Nevermore in Volume 3. Like, Weiss is using Blake's weapon to fight Cinder in Volume 8. So that's pretty wholesome too. What's a time dilation? Oh, you poor soul. Time dilation is probably the best ability that has graced the RWBY series, and we've only seen it twice in Volume 2. Once for Blake, and once for Weiss using it on Blake during the mech fight, and then Weiss using it on herself during the fight with the White Fang lieutenant on the train. Absolutely based freaking ability that we've only seen twice and then never again since Volume 2. Volumes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably Volume 9. It's gonna be 7 seasons that we haven't seen this ability. Like, what the hell, RWBY? What do I gotta do? What do I have to do? Chat, please tell me. What do I have to do to get this freaking ability back in the show? Volume 9 finale. I'm like, Weiss probably use time dilation right now. Even Winter, she's got glyphs too. Neither of them are using it. Is it too hard to animate? I'm not gonna pretend I know. I'm not like throwing shade at the animators. I'm like legitimately wondering, like, why have Weiss summon her summon like 50 times in Volume 5? Why have them do all of these other things, like, you know, the black glyphs, the white glyphs, the summons, but this one ability? I feel like that one ability, if it's like brought back, could easily just rectify so many things. Another thing too that I'm gonna say that might be a counter to that is that Weiss has such an arsenal. She's got dusts, she's got Mirrornaster, she's got summons, and like I almost feel like Weiss went from a support in like the Beacon arc to where now she's kind of like a main like a mage DPS. Like, she went from support in the earlier volumes to actually being like a damage carry now. So, and that's the thing too, like, time dilation is a buff. You would use it if you needed that extra edge, right? Like, Blake needed that extra edge to attack all of the she needed it to attack all of the, like, rockets that Torchwick was sending out, and then Weiss needed to use it on herself because she's fighting up against the lieutenant that's literally just a walking tank. So, like, now I feel like Weiss can just do whatever the fuck she wants. Like, she has that arsenal, and she might not need the buff, or her teammates might not need the buff. But I still want to see it. It exists, so I want to see it. You made the mistake of bringing it, I guess Monty made the mistake, rest his soul, but, like, I'm pretty sure he had plans for everything in a different way. you know, if he was still alive. But, like, I don't know. Maybe they just don't know the right way to bring it back. And when they do bring it back, they know that I'm going to be the first person to pop the fuck off, because it's absolutely, like, I can't even imagine what that's going to look like in the Maya engine, you know, with the way the show looks now. It was still great to look at back then, but, like, now it's just a completely different beast. And I just want to see it. That's all I'm asking for. Please make it happen. I beg of you. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Connor? Connor Brown, welcome to the stream. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I thought my phone was going off. Let's see. I'm heartbroken. I feel like I just watched the love of my life die. I love RWBY. She's gone. I'm devastated. I feel like there's hope, Joseph, especially since Crescent Rose made it through alive, or in one piece. I think, like, if anything, we just need to see how these characters are going to deal in this new realm, what the results of being in this realm imply, if there's a way to get out, and if there's a risk. Like, can everyone make it out? Does someone have to stay behind? You know, those are the things we kind of have to ask ourselves. The gods mentioned having other projects than Remnant. What if this island is their other project, considering the Void is based on the Relic Rooms? Yeah, so they said, well, they only said that this planet was a beautiful experiment. I don't think that implies that they had other experiments. But this does seem to indicate that there's, just an underlining, like, there's just something unexplained in the world that we have to, that we need answers to. The relics are also not a part of Remnant, which the gods were a part of humanity's creation and such. So, you know, we really don't know for sure. Let's see. I've only just tuned into the streams and I probably missed it, but can someone explain why RWBY never once used Silver Eyes on Cinder? I mean, here's the thing too. With RWBY, there were 2 instances where her eyes were glowing, but I feel like because RWBY has to actively concentrate, she has to put herself in that positive mindset, but she was so angry at Cinder. Like, she was, like, looking at Cinder with, like with hostility, with anger. And the other times that she's used her eyes on Cinder have been reactionary. They haven't been based on her actively trying, but just instinctually to save, protect, preserve life, right? She used it after seeing Pyrrha die. She used it after almost seeing Jean get killed by Cinder. She used it after seeing, like, Cinder going after Penny and Winter. So, like, all of the times that she's used it on Cinder hasn't been by her hand. In this situation of seeing Cinder, Cinder's not about to kill someone that RWBY cares about, that would instinctively activate her eyes. She would have to do that herself, and she doesn't have full control over it. So yeah. And, like, the whole thing with Neo, like, Neo thought they were on equal terms. Like, you can't blame Neo for believing that. Like, we know that Cinder isn't to be trusted because we're the audience, but Neo is just, you know, she agreed, you know, they made agreements. Cinder showed, like put on a good show and showing that she was remorseful, that she was sorry, that she didn't hold her end of the bargain, and she was very convincing to Neo. So I don't think it's outlandish to believe that Neo being betrayed was something that Neo should have seen coming. You know? So yeah. Again, just my opinion. It's called plot convenience, Arnold. I mean, it's called telling a story. Like, you have to get from point A to point B. You have to set up the narrative to get you to that next part. I'm just explaining it from my perspective. If you don't agree, that's fine, but don't say, Arnold, it's not what you just said, it's this. Like, if you want to interpret it that way, you're free to do so. But, I mean, I have my own interpretations, and if you want to disagree, that's fine, but don't invalidate it. Anyways, moving on. Oh my god, I really, really, really wish Jean, like, went in on this moment. Like, when the music started playing, and Jean just freaking swooped in on his freaking parachute shield, I was so freaking hyped. I was like, oh my god, like, Jean's about to freaking put in work. I really want Jean to, like, go head to head with Cinder, because he's very different than he was at the at the Battle of Atlas, rather. And, like, he just, like, freaking came in, charged her, drew his sword, was ready to throw down, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's right, she's a maiden. Oh shit, this fire is actually really hot, let's stay away from it. And then Penny, and then, like, she caught Penny off guard. But yeah, I thought that was such an epic moment. Unfortunately, they didn't know that none of them, like, everyone that went through, it's so unfortunate, because I would have immediately thought something was up the second people weren't coming back. I don't know why I thought that, but, like, I would have immediately thought, I mean, I guess they have bigger things to deal with in Vacuo, but it just sucks that, like, he didn't know, Nora didn't know, the audience knew, so we were like, fuck, that's one less person that can come back for help, because Nora could have helped turn the tides, right? And so, yeah, again, it was just such a calculated plan, and also Ambrosius's specific wording, like, Weiss's specific wording to Ambrosius also, was like a monkey wrench thrown in their plans, because they didn't think very critically about that. And that's a very believable thing to overlook. That's like being given specific rules, and then on the first attempt you make a mistake, because it's so obvious that you're just like, obviously I'm not gonna fuck this up, but then, like, you kind of play yourself, because it's like you indirectly not misinterpret, you underestimate your capabilities of being able to actively think about what you're doing in that moment. And they did it, like, instantaneously too. So that's very believable to me, that Weiss making that call, and it being it backfiring on them makes complete sense. Yeah, and I mean, they thought this was just going to be a walk in the park. They weren't really expecting Cinder to show up, and, you know, that, I mean, they were expecting resistance, but, like, their whole plan too, like, Jean was like, no matter what, get people through this door, our main priority is this. So they were probably expecting some resistance, but if a resistance came forward, Jean and Nora had to make sure they stuck to the plan no matter what. So, you know, Cinder showing up was a wrench in Team RWBY's plans, because they all ended up falling, and, you know, Penny being real, that kind of presents a level of uncertainty and risk for why she was brought back, and all that other stuff. And obviously she's a maiden, she can help out, she can help turn the tides especially, but it's just unfortunate that things turned out the way they did. Commander Panther, thank you for the super chat. Hey, at work right now, but I will listen to the stream while I work. Love your content, can't wait for next season 9. Thank you so much for the super chat and the kind words. Glad to know you enjoy the content. Yeah, this is the last live stream discussion for, I mean, I think the next RWBY live stream discussion is most likely going to be when the soundtrack comes out, unless the World of Remnant, Jesus Christ, World of Remnant, I miss those, actually. The Fairy Tales of Remnant, the animation for that is supposed to come out this year, and if those are substantial enough, maybe I'll do a discussion. I mean, I feel like they're almost going to be like a World of Remnant kind of style, where it's going to be like these short, maybe 8 to 10 minute videos that, because, like, the fairy tale book is, like, really like, there's, like, I think 13 fairy tales, but they're all relatively short. And I feel like they can be done in the form of, like, a World of Remnant, like, say, the Four Maidens World of Remnant. I think that's like a perfect personification of these fairy tales and how they can be told, especially since the story of the Four Maidens is in this book as well. It's almost kind of like verbatim to, like, the World of Remnant, But, you know, Ironwood, Ozpin has a little excerpt during each fairy tale, and he kind of gives some added perspective on his thoughts on it. Are you going to do more reactions to Red versus Blue? I've already explained that. Kaiju, I'd made a post. It's in the community tab, but it kind of has outlined all of my plans now that RWBY Volume 8 is done. I'm working on the Oscars, and that's going to take about a month to put together with me, Cal, and some of the guests that we have. And following that, I'm going to be getting back into Red versus Blue, anime content, and the like, which I'm going to be prepping all that stuff over the next month. So, long story short, yes. But I highly recommend you check out that post because, you know, I posted that for people who were inquiring about it. Arnold, is it confirmed when that show premieres? This year. That's all we know. This year. I wouldn't be surprised if they showcase it during the summer and it leads into Volume 9. I think that's a smart plan. Especially because I don't know, like, yesterday was the 18th anniversary of Rooster Teeth, and they didn't have any, like, big announcements. There's a new RWBY video game that's supposed to be coming out this year as well, so I wonder if the game will release in the summer, and the game is supposed to take place during the montage sequence of Team RWBY and the Aesops during Volume 7, if I'm not mistaken. They did say it's canonical, so it takes place during an event of time where a large chunk of time has passed, and they're filling that in to parallel with the show. Yeah, it's a new game by WayForward. It's the developers. It's being developed by WayForward and published by Arc System Works. And it's supposed to be, I mean, the developers of Shantae and River City Girls, I think, is the other one. So, like, a side-scrolling beat-em-up, I think. And I hope it's co-op, too, or, like, online, too. That'd be really fun. But yeah, they're working on a new game. It's supposed to be coming out this year. And they're also releasing a new RWBY animated show, the Fairy Tales of Remnant, which is all supposed to come out this year. Things might be switched around because of COVID, but other than that, it's supposed to be coming out. Both of those are supposed to come out this year. I don't know when they're doing RTX this year, because last year they did RTX in the fall. Like, I think September, October is when they did RTX. Or like August, September, October, which was really, really late. But if RTX is in the summer, like a digital RTX during the summer, I think that could be a nice alternative and like to give us more information. And then the release dates, I would like the game to come out in the summer and then the animation to come out like during the late end of the summer that bleeds into the fall and into the next volume. I think that would be really great. I don't know if they're going to be doing anything with Chibi either. Oh, RTX. Oh, is it already confirmed that RTX is in the summer? July? Oh, Pog. Nice. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so we might get more information on all of these projects in the summer. Some of them might be coming out in the summer and then bleeds into the fall and then bleeds into Volume 9. I really hope that's what they do. Nice. July 9th through the 12th. Wait. I'm talking about this year's RTX. I just got... Okay, July 8th through the 17th. Okay, someone else said in the chat from the 9th to the 12th. Okay. Imagine Chibi, but it's stop motion. Didn't they do that with that one episode where they used, like, the RWBY Chibi, like, blind box figures? Isn't that literally stop motion? Isn't that what they did? Yeah, just Google RTX, the RTX dates, because I genuinely do not know. Yeah, they did. Yeah, so we've already gotten it, and that was a RWBY Chibi episode. So yeah, they've actually already done that. Anyways, I'm delaying the inevitable here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm kind of glad I talked about this at the beginning of the stream. Like, I got like all of my penny thoughts. Penny for your thoughts. I got all my penny thoughts out of the way at the very, very beginning, because this was I was absolutely like a mess for the rest of the, like, from this point on, I felt like I wasn't even there. Like, I just felt like I was in my own little world. I was having my own little moment. Like they just fucking reopened that wound. I already talked about it at the top of the stream, because I kind of got all my thoughts out at the beginning up at the top there. But just to reiterate, I think that there was a lot of meaning in bringing Penny back. I think it makes sense why they made her a real girl. I don't think they made her a real girl to create this expectation for the fan base that because Penny died, because Penny is a real girl, that means she's going to live no matter what. That was part of the risk that needed to be taken in order to secure Penny's survival from the virus, which the heroes managed to circumvent, which is a good thing. But it created another problem, which I was very aware of from the jump, which is that making her into a real girl puts her at a much greater risk of dying, especially since Cinder is so power hungry and wants this power for herself. And in this moment, Penny knew that she couldn't allow Jean to heal her while Weiss is getting her ass beat with no aura, and simultaneously, I don't know if Penny knew this, but Winter is on the other side of the portals, getting destroyed by Ironwood. Her aura breaks, and now you're in this situation where Penny needs to make a genuine choice for the first time in her life, the first actual choice ever as a real girl. And it's a choice that she's been conscious of for a while, because she told RWBY to do it a couple chapters ago, which is kill me, and I'll make sure the power goes to you. I think the entire point of bringing Penny back was to just give her a sense of autonomy, give her a sense of a feeling of being alive, having experienced things that she's grateful for, meeting RWBY, becoming friends, being able to laugh, have moments and memories and experiences that she'll cherish, just having the chance to know her, and make these other friends that she's, like Winter and, Ciel Soleil, if we ever see her again, and RWBY most importantly. And, having like these little bits of moments in between, like the dance and, the rally and stuff like that. And just being a delight whenever she's around, and just having that sense of just being a very full of life character, wholesome character, I should say. And they did her characterization incredibly well. I think people are far more invested and far more attached to Penny in the Atlas arc than most were ever of Penny in the Beacon arc, and that's from me as well. I loved Penny during the Beacon arc. I fell in love with her initially. I thought she was freaking awesome. She's combat ready. She's able to fight, and she was just a joy. And then Volume 2 is even better because we got to see her again. We got the hiccups, the Pinocchio reference, all that stuff. And again, she was great, but it was a very short-lived. She was just a very short-lived character, no pun intended, but she was very short-lived in the Beacon arc. So I do think that there was a part of RWBY that was saying, we have more of a story to tell with Penny. There's a reason we can bring her back. And yeah, if we plan on killing her, we have to fulfill her as a character. And I think they did that right. I don't think that killing Penny made it so everything that led up to her death is meaningless because, well, she's dead now. I don't see people saying that about characters like Pyrrha. I don't see people saying that about characters like Hazel, right? These people put their life on the line to do the right thing, to try, to help, to protect their friends, to protect their family, and to make a difference. And I think that ultimately is what shines through for me more than anything. It's not the end result of, well, they try to save Penny, and they saved Penny, but she still died anyway, so what was the point of saving her? It was the point of, that's what the best course of action was at that time. But there's variables. There's Cinder, there's Salem, there's Neo, there's so many variables that can there's Ironwood. You know what I mean? You have to allow for those things to be a part of the overall narrative. You can't just be like, well, that doesn't make sense because it doesn't matter. That's the whole point of Ren. That's why Yang went off on Ren, because you're gonna complain that look where we are now and kind of disregard everything that we did that made things a lot less terrible than that could have been. Penny dying ultimately saved Atlas, it saved Mantle, it saved Winter's life, it saved all the people that were stuck in Vacua. Without Winter becoming the Maiden, that wouldn't have happened. And if Penny had just allowed herself to be like her father and to be like, I don't care about the big picture, I care about my friends, I care about living, I care about myself in this moment, then Cinder would have gotten 2 Maiden powers, which would have made her doubly strong, probably strong enough to go up against to go and rematch Raven and get 3 Maiden powers, right? And it's not about the relics at that point. It's just about being a pretty unstoppable force. She would have both relics, which she already had, but like at the very end, like Penny's sacrifice did make a difference. And to say otherwise is intellectually dishonest in my opinion, because I don't know. I think it's just kind of trying to invalidate the end result as a way of saying, like, this was poorly done, or it shouldn't have happened, or I don't know. This is, again, my perspective, but I do think that there was a lot that Penny risked and gave up for the chance that those that are around, and mind you, she thinks Ruby's dead. She thinks Blake's dead. She thinks Yang's dead. And she's not throwing her life away at this point. She's still trying to find a way to make it be meaningful or try to make a difference. And again, I think when you look at the end result, when you look at how things turned out versus how things could have been, if Hazel didn't give up his life, you know, if Hazel didn't give up his life, and you got to, like, just think about that too. If Pyrrha didn't try to stop Cinder, they would have taken down the tower. Cinder would have been the Fall Maiden, helping alongside the Grim to find the relic. She might have had a better shot if Ruby didn't jump in at the perfect time, and that was only possible because Pyrrha held her off long enough. If Hazel never gave up his life, turned coat, and decided, I'm going to do what was right because now I know I'm being fooled, I'm being tricked by Salem, if he didn't put himself in the situation to sacrifice his life, you know, to buy time to take Salem out of the equation for a few hours, this entire arc would have been wiped out, would have been finished like chapters ago, because Salem would have still been around. Because Salem wasn't around, that's probably the only reason why they've had this long of an opportunity to get their plan off the ground and to make the adjustments that they did and to be where they are now. Did the villains win? Yes. You know why the villains win? Because when the villains don't win, the same people complaining that this doesn't make sense or that this was bad will instead turn around and say, the villains always lose. The villains don't get any wins. It's always the heroes winning. So if you want the villains to win, you can't be upset when characters like Penny, Paul, and Dina die. And when characters like Penny, Paul, and Dina die, you shouldn't be invalidating everything that she's done up to this point because, well, it didn't matter. You know, it's got to be one or the other. It can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. It can't be both. I'm sorry. I'm making an executive decision right now. If you're complaining about one, you're not allowed to complain about the other. I'm sorry. Yes, I do make the rules. Okay? I'm the CEO of Rooster Teeth, goddammit. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Taylor so much. I really, really want RWBY to bring back RWBY Chibi. I know, you know what? This is going to be so much worse for me, guys, because I still haven't seen Chibi Season 3, and I know that Penny's in that season, and now that I know that Penny dies in RWBY proper, that's going to make seeing Penny in Chibi Season 3 all the more painful for me, because it's like, this is where you exist. This is where you're still, like Pyranikos, right? Like, you're still alive, you're still here, you're still great. And, like, more Chibi just means Taylor gets to continue working on this character. And it'd be great if they gave her, like, imagine they had an additional skit, like, in Chibi. Like, you know how when Pyrrha came back and she's like, but I watched you die. Nope, never happened. It would be funny if they did that, but for Jean, because Jean was the one who took it. You know, it was also assisted suicide, but Jean was the one that took her life. So it would be it would be chaotically hilarious if we got a Nothing Bad Ever Happened Ever Part 2, but from Jean's perspective of seeing the upgraded Penny Polendina in RWBY Chibi season 4 or season 5. I write I'm literally writing season 4 for Rooster Teeth. How many times have I done this, chat? How many times have I been like, hey, you know what would make a really good chibi skit? This right here. And it's like, I'm just printing out money for these people. Like, just, hey, I'll take a consulting contract, RWBY, all right? Your people talk to my people. We'll iron out the paperwork. RWBY Chibi Season 4 will be a big pop-off. The community will love it. We'll have Penny back. We'll have Pyrrha back. We'll have Tortrick back. All the dead characters that we know we'll never see in RWBY proper. Give me a week. Give me a week, and I'll have you guys freaking up to your necks in Rooster Teeth first subscriptions. I guarantee it. All in favor of Arnold becoming the official CEO of RWBY? Say aye. And I'm just like, none of you said aye. Chibi Watts, you asked for it, you're getting it. Chibi Watts, Chibi Forest, Chibi Ciao Soleil. like every character that's not in RWBY proper is gonna get their due. You just keep RWBY Chibi going forever, honestly. Like, I can come up with like 20 seasons worth of Chibi if you give me a chance. Long story short, I'm really gonna miss Penny. I bought the freaking Penny merch last week. I think they came out with Penny merch like this past week actually, and I bought it, and I'm so happy I did. Like the Penny shirt and the Salem shirt, and I think they came out with a couple, Oscar and Ren and Nora. I was like, give me that Penny shirt, please, and thank you. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. I absolutely loved her. I'm gonna miss her dearly. My reaction is a fucking mess, dude. From start to finish, until like the credits. Like, when I started hearing the song, I was like, no thank you. I didn't sign up for this RWBY. But yeah, oh my god. This was the worst too. Like, at first I was like, what the fuck is happening? I was like, hello? But the second I saw Winter, I was like, the transfer of power, it's gonna go to Winter, because it was going back and forth between Winter and Weiss, and I was wondering, I was like, is she gonna give it to Weiss? Because like they were both losing, like Winter and Weiss were both losing their respective fights, and like Weiss was right there, but Winter was with Ironwood. So in my mind, I was like, who's gonna get the power? I should have thought. I was like, I don't know if giving the power to any RWBY character, like Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Yang, is a wise thing to do for the narrative. But yeah, when I saw Winter, I was like, oh shit, like, wow, it's actually happening. And then when she was like, I won't be gone, I was like, I'll be a part of you. Like, I finished her sentence, because that's what Winter said to Penny when Freya died. She's like, she's gone. She's like, no, she's a part of you now. And subsequently, Freya's a part of Penny, which is now a part of Winter. And that's another thing too. That's another thing too, by the way. I haven't even talked about that at all. Penny was so pivotal to Winter's development, especially last volume when she's like, you know, I should have just keep my emotions in check. And she's like, I think you sounded just fine. You were speaking from the heart. And she's like, that's exactly it. I should have just stayed in line. And she's like, actually, you know what? You're right. I don't understand. Like, why have a heart if you're going to act like a machine? You know? So, like, Penny did so much in pushing Winter's development forward, and it infuriates me that people really say that, like, Penny being around, like, Penny, like, nothing mattered. Like, because she's dead. It's like you're invalidating all of these things that are cemented because of Penny being a character, and because of affecting the people around her, whether it's RWBY, whether it's Jean, whether it's Winter, she did make an impact, and I don't know, I love that she did that for Winter, because like throughout this entire volume, like Winter's been heavily conflicted about everything that's happened, and the biggest thing too is just knowing that, like, Winter never really had somebody to confide in besides Weiss. And I think Penny was like a truly genuine friend to her. And yeah, this was just terrible. Like, this was just so... This was like the worst, dude. Like the absolute worst. And I'm saying this right now, if RWBY brings back Penny, I'm gonna be furious. I don't mind if they do another Penny project, but let it be a different Penny, not in no way reflecting this one. I don't even know if that's possible because all the technology of Atlas is underwater right now. But yeah, like, this Penny Polendina lived and died and has been fulfilled. And that's how I think they will continue to live on in the show, through the characters, through the community. And I just don't know how Pietro is going to react to this or react to the news once it's put out there. You know what I mean? Because he'll probably think, well, we'll just have to go and get her core wherever she is. And it's like, well, no, we made her into a real girl. That there's no going back to that. So yeah, again, just wanted to kind of emphasize and express and double down on my stance with Penny. You know, because I talked about it during the start of the stream, and you know, now that we're at the scene, I feel like it's important, especially for people who weren't here at the top of the stream. But yeah, absolutely loved her. I will miss her severely. I really hope Rooster Teeth continues chibiing, continues to have Taylor a part of, you know, of Penny's continued adventures and shenanigans over on the chibi side of things, where nothing bad ever happened ever. But she was a delight, an absolute treat. And yeah, salutations. I guess that's all I can say. Penny will never truly be gone. She will always be a part of us. Consider this super chat an extra thank you for all the work you've put in all year. StarCraft Squad, thank you so much for the support and the kind words. Yeah, it's funny. I said that a little while ago. I was like, Penny's gonna live on in us, in both in show and out of show. And yeah, she was such a treat. Yeah. I'm going to try to do something, make a video of some sort, because I did a video during the Beacon arc, or after Volume 3. It's a video called Remembering Penny Polendina. It was like a little tribute to her, before we found out that this was before Volume 4 that I made this video. And so I might have to make an updated tribute video to Penny. Malcolm Fitzpatrick, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you so much. Enjoy your RWBY emblem, your emotes, and if you link your YouTube account with your Discord account, you'll also have access to the private Discord server. So thank you very much. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. We'll never forget Penny, the most worthy maiden we've seen in RWBY so far. Yeah. I mean, now, that power, that worthiness has transferred. I think Winter's so majestic. Like, you just look at Winter, look at Winter's freaking entrance here. It's nothing short of like absolute majestic, majestic flair. Like her sword's like floating up with her. She just like one taps Ironwood, just like one shot reflects his blast right back at him, and she's like, later bitch, and then just turns around and just dips, doesn't even care if he's alive or dead or whatever. And then she just shows up, just freaking like freaking floating down from the heavens. She's like, all right, I've showed up. I love the particle effects. I also love that the flames that come from the eyes are I think are reflective of either their aura or their eye color. Either way, I think the aesthetic looks great. I think having Winter being oh my god, that's another thing too. Like, it's like, well, again, I'm gonna stop right here too, because this is kind of like, it's getting out of hand, but it just reinforces the fact that people are like, well, if Winter was gonna be the original maiden the whole time, but then they circumvented the power to Penny only for her to die and the power goes back to Winter originally, then what was the point? The point is that if Winter became the maiden, she's already like a brainwashed like machine. She just confirmed it to Penny. She was like, I was just following orders. She would have just followed orders as the maiden, and she would have opened the vault and given Ironwood the staff, which would have raised Atlas and killed Mantle and all the other people. Yes, you might have saved one of the relics, but the cost was too great, and it was much better for the villain for the heroes to risk the fall to protect the people that they were always supposed to than Ironwood leaving them to die because, you know, he feels his plan is what's best for everyone, that he's going to make the decisions and no one else is going to have an input. So yeah, again, just clarifying that, because again, it's like invalidating everything that's happened with these characters, you know, and just getting to the end result. It's like, well, Winter's still the Winter Maiden, so everything leading up they should have just it's like, well, you're not thinking about the ramifications of those actions in show. So yeah, again, I'm done with this conversation. I just remembered that part and I was like, I have to touch base on it. I have to. Yeah. So yeah, another thing too. So I don't want to talk about this because I know like the memes are already gonna, like, I feel like it's too soon. Like, I'm not comfortable. Like, I mean, it's whatever, right? I can go with the flow. I can adjust to things. I can adapt. Like, the memes and stuff that are happening right now, I'm just still too affected to really kind of hop in on the banter and be like, oh, that's a funny meme. The one thing that I will say or bring awareness to is the fact that Jean's sword is now broken. He now needs, first off, that's a family heirloom, by the way, for any of you guys who don't remember. It was passed on to his grandfather and his father's father before him, and it's, you know, RWBY even said it sounds like more like a family heirloom to me. And that weapon was reinforced with the armor. His sword and shield was reinforced with Pyrrha's armor. The armor of her tiara, most likely, her weapon, her shield at the fall of Beacon, or the remnants of whatever was left of her. And that was reinforced into her weapon. Now, for those who don't know, Pyrrha Nikos was indirectly responsible for killing Penny Polendina at the fall of Beacon. And because Pyrrha's weapons are infused into Jean's weapons, Pyrrha is indirectly linked to killing Penny a second time. Not my joke. I just felt like it needed to be said because that's kind of like the hot new meme of the week. And it's a little too soon. But yeah. Also, Jean needs a new weapon, which means I really hope he tries to find a way to salvage Pyrrha's armor that's already imbued into the sword and shield. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem, because you can't just get rid of Pyrrha like that, right? He still has the sash on his side, which I'm happy about, but, like, I really hope if he either reinforces the blade or makes a new blade out of it or whatever. I just hope he doesn't ditch what he currently has for something else, because, like, the remnants of what he has is linked to Pyrrha Nikos, and I wouldn't want that. Yeah, too soon? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just bringing awareness. I am not reveling in it at all. Oh yeah, I've heard that Jean might get the Sword of Destruction now, because he's kind of short one sword. So whenever we go back to Vacuo, or go back whenever the characters in question go to Vacuo, but I think that's broken. Also, I don't think his sword is the relic in hiding anymore. Remember I talked about that? I was like, imagine Pyrrha's tiara was actually the crown of choice, and Jean's sword has been the relic of destruction the whole time, and then he fused them together, and now it's two relics in one. Yeah, that was fun. Hey, I don't know how to say your name. I'm just gonna say Wiegand. Yeah, I'm just gonna say Wiegand for short. Hey, Murder, thanks for all you've done this volume. Do you think we'll get Winter and Ozpin training montage in the future? Oh, by the way, thank you for reminding me. First off, Winter Ozpin training, I don't think she needs training. I think the maiden power is pretty inherent. Like, it's like breathing. Like, you're just born breathing. You know what I mean? For the most part, if all things go well, you're breathing already when you're born. So I think it's as natural as breathing. It's just, I think that'd be kind of cool. I will say, however, I'm also upset that we did not get a single moment of Ozpin confronting or talking to Ironwood at all. Like, I felt like if anyone could get through to him, it was Oz. And after Oscar shot Ironwood shot Oscar and Ozpin came back, I was like, okay, there's a chance for Ozpin and Ironwood to talk it out. But they never crossed paths again. At least not in a way that would have allowed for a conversation to take place, right? They saw each other again in the Risk episode, or the Creation episode, and yeah, like they duked it out and that was it. So yeah, I'm also like really upset about that. Unrelated question, but have you heard of I've heard of Fate Grand Order. I was like, oh, freaking, my brain just mixed those up. Yes, I've heard of Fate Grand Order. I've never played it. I probably never will. I'm already playing Genshin Impact. Fucking truth, no final Oz or Crow moments for Ironwood is such a pity. I know, like, nobody no death on Ironwood. Nobody no death on Ironwood, just saying. Yeah, nobody no death for Ironwood. I'm just saying. Watts is a different story. Watts might be a different story. Might. Keyword might. Okay? Ironwood, I'm not as inclined to believe that he's dead. Jacques, I would be shocked if Jacques Schnee is alive. Right? Because remember when I did that zoom in of the fire, there's like one big flame that he could have been, his body could have been behind there, like knocked out or whatever. But then for that to happen, and then Atlas to fall onto Mantle, and then for the lake to just swoop in and claim the entire kingdom. Yeah, the wiki says he's dead. You know why the wiki says he's dead? Because the wiki are community members who think he's dead. Nobody, no death. It's not confirmed. So yeah. So here's the thing too. And I was thinking about this in the last week. I was like, what compels RWBY, right? So like Miles, the writers, I should say, Miles, Carrie, Eddie. What compels them to confirm deaths like Adams or Pyrrha's, but not confirm deaths like Ironwood or Jacques or even Watts in this instance? You know what I mean? Like, when does a writer feel it's necessary to confirm a death as like, yes, this character is dead, they're never coming back, versus not confirming a death because that character is actually not dead, they'll be making a comeback down the road? You know what I mean? Oh, no. Kiersey's still a part of the writing team. I just meant Eddie, Carrie, and Miles, because I've seen, like, they've confirmed things like that. Or they've been more on the, like, Kiersey's, like, Eddie's, yeah, okay, let me take a second. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts, because I'm like, my brain's going faster than my mouth can keep up. Eddie might not have been a writer for RWBY as long as Miles and Carrie, but he's still been like in the trenches of like Rooster Teeth stuff. So I would think that he has a stronger rapport with understanding and knowing like the lore, the characters and stuff like that, more so than Kiersey, who's an external add-on, who's brought into the fold and who's being kind of taught all of these things and learning and understanding how the plot and how the lore and how everything works. I've only ever seen Carrie, Monty, Miles, and Eddie confirm or answer things within the show. I'm not saying that Kiersey doesn't. I've just never experienced it, or I've never seen it myself. So when I think of like, okay, they've confirmed this, they've confirmed that, it's usually from that point of view, from me. And so I'm just wondering, like, what's keeping RWBY from confirming people's disbelief that Ironwood's dead, Watts is dead, or Jacques is dead, unless they confirm it? And if you don't confirm it, are you not confirming it because there's a chance they're alive? But then why would you confirm that Adam was dead? I assume they only confirm deaths, but then that's a tell, because if you confirm deaths, then you're basically establishing that you're okay with saying when a character is dead, implying that they're never coming back. But then if you refuse to comment on a character being alive or dead, that kind of creates the assumption that it's because the character isn't dead, but you don't want to spoil and give that away. And I'm not saying it's because the finale isn't public. I'm not saying that. I understand the finale isn't public, because the show wasn't trying to be ambiguous. I thought Adam's death was pretty conclusive, but there are people, like, they had to answer that. They had to answer in RWBY Rewind that Adam was dead because people weren't convinced. And again, if you don't see them die, that's always going to be the case. So I don't know if they're going to confirm afterwards, like, yes, it is confirmed after the show goes live. Like, yes, it is confirmed. Ironwood, Jacques, and Watts are all confirmed dead. But that's why they answered the question, because they actively tried to make it conclusive. I'm confused. Are you saying because, like, Watts got blasted in front of us and we saw no, like, actual evidence of him that we should assume he's dead? We saw Ironwood like lay his head low and just allow himself to fall, and then the water came in. So I don't know, cutting away from these characters and not actually seeing them die. I mean, we saw Vernal's dead body. Like, we know Vernal is dead, you know? So like, it's not reasonable to assume Adam could survive. He took 2 stabs to the chest, broke his back, and lungs exposed to water. Okay. So what you're saying is there's reasonable doubt that these other characters might be alive, and maybe that's why they wouldn't confirm it, because that gives them enough wiggle room to do more with them, I assume is what you're implying. Yeah, so I guess that's just what my perspective was. I was like, well, if everyone thinks these characters are not dead, would RWBY go out of their way to confirm it? But how is that different? Like Pyrrha too, for example. Like, Pyrrha got incinerated, and there are still people to this day that think that Pyrrha isn't dead. And I'm just like, bruh. Yeah, by the way, the water came in. If you look at the chapter, I'll show it to you. But when you see Atlas falling, there's literally a lake right behind Mantle. And I guess when Atlas falls, it creates enough like tremors and pressure or whatever, or like friction, like cracks in the earth, that it opens up this chasm and the water just flows in. But yeah. Anyways, this was great. Winter was hella majestic. I think this is one of the best fights in the show, by the way. I know it's not that crazy, like, it's just flying around, shooting, using super crazy, powerful magic and all that. I think visually it looks great. Like, Winter looks great. The summons look great. Just like the superpower energy. I actually kind of like this fight better than, like, I think Raven and Cinder's fight in Volume 5 was a little too over the top when compared to this fight. So that's why I feel like this fight's a lot more grounded. And it's just like, it's not crazy over the top power. These two fighters have fought each other on equal. I feel like they're both like kind of on equal footing on their own, right? Penny assisted Winter last time. But yeah, I really, really liked this fight. Yeah, and Elizabeth Maxwell did a fantastic job with Winter these last 2 volumes. I've been like, and it's crazy too, because it's hard to believe that we went like 4 or 5 years without seeing Winter. Actually, no, so it was volume 4, 5, 6. We went, let's see, volume 4, volume 5, volume 6. We went 3 years without seeing Winter. And it feels like Winter never left with these last 2 chapters, because she's been so, like, present, you know. Makes sense, obviously, you know. But it's just great. It was just great to have her back and to see her and to just know that you know, she's a part of the story and everything else that's been transpiring. I really, really liked it. the Volume 5 character short doesn't count. That was in the past. I'm talking about from Volume 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 when we actually saw her. That, I'm not counting that. That's a retroactive mention, and she had like 2 lines. I'm not always gonna be able to save you, Weiss. And then the other one is, you'll have to be if you ever want to leave. Like, that's it. Like, visually, it was great to see her in the Maya engine, but like, in terms of substance, like, we didn't see her for a hot minute. Top GIF giving all things must die vibes. Oh yeah, true. Winter! Thank you for the super chat. Oh, don't be sad. Winter didn't die. Like, that's like the best news of all. I mean, I get from an emotional standpoint where you're coming from, right? Winter believes her sister just died in front of her and that she'll never see her again. And that, like, now she's a maiden. She's got to put her emotions aside to save the people, but she's carrying that grief with her. And I feel like that's a little unfortunate because you're gonna, like, they don't know what we know, and that's kind of exciting too. But yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from with your emote expressions there. Let's see. A for aesthetics. I like that name. Hey, Arnold, episode comes out later today for me, so I haven't seen it yet, but wanted to pop in to show you some love. Thanks again for everything that you do. I'll be back for the VOD later. All right, hopefully you didn't see my screen because that's a big fucking spoiler right there. Winter is the Winter Maiden. But I appreciate the $10 super chat. I hope you enjoy the VOD after the fact. I appreciate you. Hopefully you watched the first part because YouTube was being dumb and decided to cut me off halfway through. Let's see. And it only cost a penny. Yeah. There it is. Penny for your thoughts, Dan. Oh, boy. At least we don't have to deal with the quarters freaking memes anymore. It's like, oh, wow, the Pira turned a penny into 4 quarters. God damn this community. Will we still be able to start the first half when the stream is over? So the stream is going to be cut into 2 parts because I had to end the stream and then start it again. So unfortunately, the first half and the second half are going to be cut in half. Obviously. First half, second half. I'm going to make a slightly a thumbnail variant tomorrow morning for the second half, just so there's distinction. Otherwise, it's gonna look like I uploaded the same thing twice. So it's gonna be like my live stream for chapter 1. So yeah, just keep that in mind. William didn't show back up. I know. Oh my god. Come on. Well, maybe it's... No, you know why? Okay, we're gonna make an informed decision. We're going to make a calculated estimation. We're going to make a calculated guesstimation that the reason William Pendragon has not responded or has made any type of communications with chat is because he made it through the portal in Vacuo, and Vacuo currently has no communicate. They're cut off from communications because of the sandstorm. He said he was expecting to die, but no body, no death, guys. Show me the body. Show me the body. Good luck, by the way. But no, I'm putting in canonidity, if that's even a real word. All right, he's in Vacuo. He's in Vacuo, and the communication's pretty rough there, so he can't communicate with chat right now. And we will see him. We will see him again. We will see him again in the Volume 9. We will see him again in the Volume 9 premiere. Actually, we might not see him till Volume 10, honestly. Now that I think about it. Here's the thing, chat. Do you guys think Volume 9 is going to be all on the island, or do you think it's gonna bump back and forth between the island and like reality and Vacuo? It'd be really weird if it's all in one spot, because in our heads we'll be thinking like, well, there's things going on in the real world, but we don't see it. I think it'll split. If it does split, I don't want it to split mid-episode. I would like to have one whole episode focused on one location or the other, but going between the two might be a little jarring because, like, it's not like they're not shared realities. What would be kind of cool, though, is if they did do that, they did, like, this episode, then this episode. But another thing, too, to consider is if the time flows differently in where they are versus the real world. So does time flow faster in this place than the real world? Does time flow faster in Remnant than here? And like when the gang comes back, is time gonna be different? You know what I mean? But yeah, I think if they do jump back and forth, I hope they do, cause like Volume 4 was kind of okay, but there were some episodes where they were like, okay, we're in Menagerie. Now we're at Tai Yang's house. Okay, but now we're at the Schnee Manor. Okay, but now we're at Kuroyuri. So, like, jumping around like that was okay because, well, it kind of wasn't either because all of the time, like, each character was at a different timeline, but to us, it seemed like everything was happening simultaneously. So it's like, meanwhile, while they're dealing with that in Kuroyuri, back on Patch, Yang's up doing this with her dad. And so I do think that, I don't know, I think that's a little, I mean, it would just be 2 plot points instead of like 5 or 6 from Volume 4. So I do think that if they do that, I want them to keep it episode to episode. All right, let's see. Julia Spite, nice to see you again. Hi, Arnold. Just wanted to say thank you for all the awesome live streams you've done for Volume 8. Each time I give you a super chat, it was like I was making history. Stay cheerful and always live your life with a Yang. Thank you so much, Julia. I appreciate the weekly support. Also, just being here live or watching the VOD whenever you can. I greatly appreciate the support as well. I'm glad all of you guys have enjoyed the content that I've put out for Volume 9. I'm sorry, for Volume 8. And, you know, I continue to do that whenever the RWBY game comes out, whenever Fairy Tales of Remnant come out, whenever the soundtrack drops, whenever Volume 9 starts getting spicy with, like, the trailers and stuff, I will be here to cover it. So, as long as this show's going on, I'm always going to be on top of my A game with content, and I just hope you guys continue to enjoy it as time goes on. All right, let's see. Let's transition. Yeah, so Weiss falling through. Yeah, that's setting up a really interesting grudge match between Winter and Cinder down the road. One that I think Cinder might actually need some more manpower for. Like, she's cocky right now. But I don't know. I think going up against Winter, rather, after you presumably killed her sister, like, she would have gone at you right now if it wasn't for, like, Salem calling you and you closing off the portals and the gateways and stuff like that. So the second that Cinder did that, like, the portals were being destroyed because she had immediately created the fire to kill Watts. Yeah, and Salem's pissed. Now, Salem's just like, where is everybody? That's just her way of saying it. Like, I'm on my way. And Cinder's like, shit, I gotta get out of here. So I can figure out a story to lie to Salem about so I don't get in trouble. Yeah, I was also a little confused by this. I was like, bro, Winter, why didn't you grab Jean? She, like, realized it as she, like, no! And she, like, goes into the void. And poor Jean just freaking misses his exit and falls through. This man, like, put in work. Actually saved all the people, try to make an impact in the end there. But I do like that he's going to be a part of the, I do like that it's not just Team RWBY and Neo. I kind of do like that they kept Jean. Also, this is going to create the drama effect of, like, Ren and Nora thinking that Jean died. So not only did they lose Pyrrha, but they lost their team leader, and they're going to think he's actually dead. So I do kind of like... I'm going to be really happy when the reunion happens, because we've gotten so many reunions, right? Team RWBY connecting and getting back together in Volume 4 was great. Penny reuniting with them in Volume 7 was great. And now, like, Team RWBY and Jean reuniting with everybody is going to be awesome. Yeah, Renora. Oh, what, more Renora moments you're saying? Yeah, so, like, Ren and Nora, it's just Ren, Nora, Jean... I'm sorry, Ren, Nora, Oscar, and Emerald at this point. Yeah, Volume 5, sorry. Yeah, Volume 5, not 4. Yeah, we've talked about that earlier, Josh K. The Jean Harem Beach arc. Yep. The Jean arc harem. Team Reno? Why wouldn't Oscar be the leader? I mean, Ozpin's back. Ozpin can be the leader. Damn, we don't want to lose you two. Yeah. Famous last words, Ren. Yeah. Winter, Rosaria, Elizabeth Maxwell, Ice Powers, Relic, and Genshin confirmed. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too, by the way, guys. So for anyone out there who plays Genshin Impact... or who has played Genshin Impact, the Dragon Spine arc revealed a new character, Rosaria, who's going to be added to the game this Tuesday, and I plan on rolling on the gacha for her. But I called this before they revealed the voice actress for her, but Rosaria is being voiced by Elizabeth Maxwell. And Rosaria is also a cryo user, so she uses ice abilities. So yeah, there's a lot of winter, ice, female parallels with the characters and stuff like that. Like, basically she's... And then, like, Jean... It would be crazy if Jean had winters, like, was voiced by Elizabeth Maxwell, because, like, you know, that's, she already has, like, the winter aesthetic, I think. And she's got a sister, which would be Barbara. That'd be kind of... I don't know. That'd be awesome. But, yeah. Yes, I have heard about the, I did hear about the Rosaria nerfs, unfortunately. You win some, you lose some. Hey, at least I have the VOD of her pre-nerf. I almost said pre-nerf build. Her pre-nerf design. Let's just go with that. We can always appreciate the pre-nerfs. Okay, guys, really quick. I'm saying nerf, but it's not a nerf in the way that you think. All right? If you know, you know. All right? If you know what I'm talking, you had to be there kind of moment. So if you know, then you know. But yeah, she got hella nerfed. Anyways, shout out to the fucking Sulfur Fish finally getting the respect it deserves. I feel like most people probably watched this chapter and said to themselves, oh shit, a new Grim at the last chapter? You know why? Because the Sulfur Fish, if you weren't like watching this show with a freaking magnifying glass, like freaking like a makeshift homemade magnifying glass on your screen, you would never know that the Sulfur Fish have been in this have been in the volume since the Grim landed, since the whale landed on Atlas. You would never know. But here's the kicker. Here's the blessing that I'm happy about. They did not limit the Sulfur Fish to Atlas, because a lot of the Grim in Atlas that I think, like the Sabers, the Sentinels, those Grim are based on the territory. So those Grim are, like, not territory, but they're based on the climate or just the part of the world. So there are some Grim that are only inhabited on Atlas. There are some Grim that you can only find in Mistral. But the Sulfur Fish were both in Atlas. Well, maybe they were there because they were transported there by Salem. So that's a little, I don't know, that's a little up in the air if they were really native to Atlas or if they were just brought there by Salem. But Sulfur Fish confirmed territory environment of Vacuo, which is really exciting. So there's still hope that we'll see these little buggers actually putting in work, which I'm really happy about. Yeah, because I really was like, I hope they don't do like a one and done with these sulfur fish. That would be such a letdown to Landon Ellis, who was the winner of the sulfurfish design. So a fan actually won a contest, and they got to create this Grim for the show. And so these Grim by themselves, they swarm the enemy, but if they can't overtake the enemy in the swarm form, then they combined and they create a bigger, more powerful Grim. But we didn't get to see that. Dude, this design is so clean, dude. I'm so happy. Like, I love seeing new Grim. Every volume I love. Like, the Grim is like one of my favorite parts of any volume. It's something I'm always excited about. And, yeah, like, this is the first time we're actually seeing them. I don't have to, like, hyper-analyze and, like, freaking stretch out my screen to, like, 16 times the detail in order to see a tiny little frame of a sulfurfish in a freaking blurry image. They're actually, like, up close. It's such a cool design. This was also my favorite Grim design of all of them, like, all the ones that were in or weren't in. But yeah, I love the sulfurfish design. I'm so glad that they're in Vacuo. That means that we'll most likely be seeing more of them, along with the Ravagers, which were showcased in the Amity Arena video game, like the mobile game, and I believe they were showcased in the the After the Fall and Before the Dawn books. So those are another Grim that are tied to Vacuo. But here's the thing too. There are also creatures in Vacuo that are not Grim. So, I don't know. It's kind of cool how I almost kind of think of like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where like you take two animals, you put them together, right? Like I'm already coming to a blank. But like there were like the badger moles, you know what I mean? It's like a mole and a badger combined. But then there were some that were like on their own, like koi fish and stuff like that. The tigerdillos. But yeah, tigerdillos, mole crabs, giant turtles, platypus bear, turtle duck, the lion turtle. Yep. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of creatures that we see. I hope there are creatures that we see. I hope they just flesh out. I hope they just flesh out the book the same way the show or Vacuo in general, based on what the book has already delivered, right? The book has already done the work for them. They already know what it's going to look like. They just need to bring it to life in animation. And here's one thing, too, that I'm a little afraid of. I really, really hope, right? Because this is... I wouldn't want it to happen. But I really hope that they don't use Volume 9 as a solo island RWBY experience, that we're only getting the island perspective, but when Team RWBY manages to go back to Remnant, it jumps us up to where they are, like where Vacuo is right then and there. So shit's already popping off, Tyrion and Watts are already there, Salem's on her way. Like, I would not want to be thrown into Vacuo. I want to get the Vacuo experience step by step, the same way that we did with Atlas. Because I don't want them to make it seem like the books will get you up to speed. Because there are some people that aren't going to read the books, unfortunately. Some people just aren't going to read the books. And I don't want them to feel like the books... It's like, well, you're going to get Vacuo, but if you want a more fuller experience of what Vacuo is all about, read the books. It's supplementary content. It'll add to the show's experience. Fuck it. I just want them to animate the books if they're going to do that then. You know what I mean? If you're already going to give us the Vacuo arc, why not animate the books on top of that? You know, I think most of the books have probably already hit their peak sales. So turning the books into animation, I don't really think that I don't really think that'll cannibalize their own work. You know? So again, I'm referring to After the Fall and Before the Dawn, which focuses on Team Coffee and Team Sun and the events of Vacuo. You know, and we see like headmasters and other professors and other characters as well, and we get a lot of context to what happened at the Fall of Beacon from like Coco and Velvet's perspective, and Yatsuhashi and Fox. So, and then Team Sun gets a little bit of gets a big showcase in the second book, so we get a little bit of flair with them. But here's the thing though, like I want to see that, and I understand this is official, it's canon, it makes sense. I believe these events are taking place prior to these events right now. So the events of the book have already passed. I think when Sun and Neptune look at their scrolls and earlier this volume when the message was being sent out, I think at that point the events of the books were already done. And so I think because they don't run parallel with the things that are happening right now, because, you know, I doubt the books talk about Winter being a maiden and like Oscar and all of these people and refugees are in the kingdom. So yeah, so I just hope that they don't cut corners with Vacuo for the sake that, like, oh, well, there's 2 timelines going on, so we're going to show you one timeline with Team RWBY at this island, but then when we go to volume 10, which is going to be Vacuo, things have already happened. We'll get you up to speed, but we're not going to explain all of it to you. I don't want a Mistral situation. I don't want getting the last of the 4 kingdoms, mind you. The last of the 4 kingdoms, I do not want a TLDR of it. I want a fully fleshed out volume. The same way that I honestly feel like the Atlas was really well done too. You could have showed more of the kingdom, like the top part of the kingdom, except besides the Academy and the Schnee Manor. Yeah, I guess they showed a little bit of it too in the flashback of the glass unicorn. But like, I think Mantle was really fleshed out. We got to see the I guess the urban areas of Mantle. We got to see the slums of Mantle. I think Volume 7 Mantle was like my favorite Mantle, because like Volume 8 was just literally the slums almost the whole time. So I think they really did a good job with fleshing out this kingdom overall. Way more fleshed out than Mistral, and I think comparatively, I think Vale was okay. It's just that the school was the main setting. Yes, we still got to see, you know, the streets of Vale, you know, in Volume 1 and Volume 2. And Volume 3 was just all the school, the tournament, Amity Coliseum. We also got a little bit of Mountain Glen, which, again, that's, like, early working on. You know what I mean? Like, Mountain Glen was probably, like... I feel like they learned a lot from Mountain Glen that then transferred to, like... Mountain Glen is the equivalent to Mantle of what Vale is the equivalent of what Vale is to Atlas. You know what I mean? It's a subset of the subset of the kingdom that's, you know, directly related to it in terms of like the I guess the relationship of having not outward kingdoms, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like expansions of your kingdom and like colonies, like colonization and stuff like that. Mantle was just right underneath, so maybe it's a little different. But yeah, Argus was great too. Yeah, I think Argus was good too. I think, honestly, I'll be honest though, I think Argus was kind of a, I felt like Argus was a constellation prize. It's like, hey, we know we fucked up by not showing you enough of the actual main kingdom of Mistral, but before we go to Atlas, let's give you a little something before you go. So I agree that Argus was kind of, was a good fleshing out too. But again, I can't help but feel like it was like an afterthought. Not an afterthought. I shouldn't say that. No, I do feel like it's an afterthought. Because, like, the actual kingdom itself, we were in a house the whole time. And it's like, this is our first time to another kingdom, and we're not even seeing it. And so, yeah, I think they learned a lot from Mistral when it came to Atlas and Mantle. And I really hope they take everything they learned from Beacon and from Vale and from Mistral and from Haven and from Atlas and from Mantle. And they have the potential to make Vacuo the best kingdom because they have all of the do's and don'ts of previous volumes to back that up. And Argus, yeah. You guys can have a little Argus as a treat. And that's kind of what it felt like, honestly. Like, I felt very disappointed by the fact that... And they were like, there was no one there, too. Like, they used the excuse of, like... Not the excuse, but, like, they basically set it up to where, like, school's not in session, so don't expect to see any new characters, returning characters, like Team Arburn, for example, or, like, Team Sun, or whatever. Team Sun. Don't expect to see any new professors or teachers besides Leo. It just felt like such a letdown compared to, like, what we got from Beacon, which we got a lot of teachers, we got a lot of students, and you would expect to see that go on, but I guess, you know, they twisted it in a way where it could work less to animate, less to focus on, not adding more characters to what they already have to flesh out. But overall, Mistral did feel very hollow. Again, Volume 6 kind of made up for that with Argus, and again from the slums of Mistral that Cinder was in, and that Crow was in when he was like looking for huntsmen and stuff like that. So they kind of they kind of did their work, but at the same time, I don't know. I still feel like we're going to a new kingdom. This is big. This is massive. I get that there's already external media, but I don't want the external media to be an excuse for why you still can't put 110% into this current kingdom. You know there's going to be people that don't read the books. You know there's going to be people... And again, if they're not going to read the books, if you've already reached your cap, if you already reached the top value of sales for the books, right? Because the books have been out, one of them I think has been out for like 2 years now. The other one's coming around on a year of being out. And apparently E.C. Myers is working on another book. Then just bite the bullet, make volume 9. I don't know if they'll make it after the main show is done, but make volume 9 make volume 9 this whole Wonderland island story adventure, whatever, and make volume 10 Vacuo. And if you want to give that added context, at least maybe wait until RWBY proper is done, like the main RWBY storyline is finished, and then go into OVAs. Make a volume of After the Fall, make a volume of Before the Dawn, make a volume of whatever this third book is going to be. Just pull the anime route, like just go down the Japanese anime route, create a manga or a novel, and then after a few years, adapt that into animation. There you go. You just made 2 products off of one thing, you know? And this can be for any type of external media that they make. I wouldn't say the mangas, because the mangas are kind of like reimagined versions of the show proper, so it's kind of like a reimagining versus like adding anything like new to what's already been established. Same thing with like the comics and stuff like that. Like the comics are kind of like the Justice League. Like they're not going to animate that. Like let's be real. Or the DC comics. I don't think they're going to do that either. But yeah, for anything like that E.C. Myers touches, like look, perfect example. E.C. Myers wrote this book, and guess what's getting animated? This show into 2D animation, and it's coming out this year. I swear to God, just do that with the books. I swear to God, people will thank you for it. And there are just some people that aren't going to read the books, and I just don't want them to be left out of... I mean, look at me. I'm a huge fan of the show. I just don't like reading all that much. I'll be honest. Like, I only read with video games, and I know now that I have to commit to reading these 2 books before Vacuo comes out, so I have that added context as a viewer, as someone who makes content. But I already know that making content based off of the novel, people don't know stuff about this. You know how many times I've referenced the Relic of Choice because it's in this book, and people are like, what does the Relic of Choice do? And I say, read this book because I don't want to spoil it. That's going to be the same case with anything I talk about in the book is just going to be a subset of people that just don't understand it because they haven't seen it. And if you haven't seen it, you can get it physical, you can get it digital, you can get it from Best Buy, Barnes & Nobles, Kindle, Audible, anywhere you can buy a book, you can get this thing. Digital or physical. I'd recommend audiobooks. That's how I'm going to be reading. That's how I read the Fairy Tales of Remnant, because Ozpin voices some of that. But yeah, like if you don't know, the books are about like $15 a piece, including the Fairy Tales of Remnant. And I know this is probably like, this sounds like a plug. It's not, but I just feel like you really do need context. If we're going to be going to this new kingdom and we're going to be figuring out things that we're seeing for the first time, some people... Here's the thing. I think they should give us Vacuo in the same way that they would have done if the books never existed. However, if you read the books, you'll know a character before you see them in the show. You'll know of a situation, right? People already know about Theodore, the headmaster of Shade, before we go to Shade. People already know about characters like Carmen Escalados. People have more of an understanding of characters like Sun and Neptune and Velvet and Coco and Fox. Fox is apparently one of the best characters in RWBY. Believe it or not, one of the best characters in RWBY has never been fulfilled on screen, but because of the books, they fleshed them out so well. So they already have all that material to work with, so just transfer it in show. And if it comes down to that, at some given point in the future, make the books into OVAs, and people will become first members for that. People will make content for that. People will rediscuss the events that they've already discussed in the books because it's now in animation form, and it'll bridge the gap. It'll bridge the gap for people who read the books and now want to watch the show. It'll bridge the gap for people who didn't read the books but still want to know what happens in animation form. And it's the same thing between like manga-only viewers versus anime-only viewers. You're literally going down that route. I just don't want them to miss out on anything. So yeah, long story short, I'm very excited for Vacuo. I just do not want them to cut corners because they have 2 timelines to tell, and they're going to tell this timeline, and then when we go to Vacuo, there's going to be a big jump of time, and we're not going to get any of that context. We're just going to be, you know, given the TLDR of what's happened since, you know, since they made it back from the portals. So, fingers crossed, and yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Whew. God, that was a lot of talking just about Vacuo. Jesus Christ. Will any of that conflict at all of Atlas... Wait, will any of that conflict with all of Atlas be in Vacuo? I mean, they have a maiden. They're chilling right now. Like, I don't really see anything being a major conflict to them until Mercury and Tyrion get there. You know, because we don't know if there's an accomplice there. Like, Another thing, too, that I really hope is that I really hope that Salem hasn't revealed all of her assistants or her accomplices. Remember in Volume 4 when you first see the table and you first see all the characters in that room when Salem makes her first approach in the first chapter? You see 2 empty tables. Now, I've always been of the mind that those 2 tables... I don't think it's Salem over here. It's like, oh, the 2 extra tables came with the set, so I had to get it, even though I don't need it. I've always thought in my mind that those 2 tables were there and they were empty for people who aren't there right now. You also have to ask yourself, who was Salem talking to when the Seer Grim came into the room in Volume 4? And after Volume 5, we found out that, you know, you talked through the Seer Grim like a crystal ball. We didn't know that in Volume 4. We also thought that she was talking to the Seer specifically. But if there was a Seer Grim in her if there was a Seer Grim in her domain that she was using, then that leads me to believe that there was someone on the other side who's at Beacon right now looking for the relic for her. Unless she can just talk to Grim, you know? So I wonder if there's somebody, if the 2 empty seats, there's one of her assistants in Beacon looking for the relic with the Grim, and then there's another assistant who's already planted in Vacuo waiting to make the move, and, you know, Tyrion and Mercury will join them. Because their forces have been cut significantly at this point. And I'm like, I get it. She needed everything she had to take down Atlas. It's the strongest military power in the world. I think everything else is going to be a cakewalk comparatively. But I also feel like it's so unfortunate that we got all of her cards on the table in Volume 4. We got Tyrion, Watts, Hazel, Cinder, you know, that the fact that she was alive, she was the maiden, and then Salem as the big bad. So I really hope they add in another character or something like that. Yeah, like someone in chat just mentioned, you know how Hansel and Gretel was a reference to Hazel and Gretchen Reinhardt? Imagine they had a Jack and Jill reference, like Jack and Jill, one's in Vacuo, the other one's in Beacon, and they're looking for the relic for Salem. I think that'd be so fucking cool. It would feel a little shoehorned in and out of place because we've known about the other characters since Volume 4. So to get a new villain in Volume 10 and then another one when we go to Beacon will feel a little out of place. It's like, who the fuck are you? Like, how come we've never even heard you be referenced before? But I still think it would be kind of cool to just at the very least have some added faces, because I'll be honest, Tyrion's getting a little tiring. Not the fact that I dislike him. It's just I already know what to expect with Tyrion, right? I already know what to expect with Cinder. I kind of know what to expect with Salem too, and the fact that I know that she uses everybody else. Just see what she's done this volume. She did shit. She literally showed up, got blasted, put herself together, walked up to Cinder, and got 2 relics. Everybody else did the work for her. So I don't expect Mercury and Tyrion to clear this arc, especially since they're probably not expecting 2 maidens that they have to deal with now, Winter and whoever the Summer Maiden is. So I want that to be a consideration as well. Not even a consideration, because they already started working on the volume. They're not taking any feedback for this volume. But I hope that's something that they have in mind as well. You know, because like you have one more kingdom, and then you got to circle back to Beacon, and it's just like you have 3 characters, 2 really. Like I'm still the jury's still out for Mercury if he's like really with it, but you have Tyrion and you have Cinder. That's it, and then Salem. So I don't know if it can just be them two that carry the rest of these two relics to victory. You know, but we will have to wait and see. No, I have not read the books yet, guys. If I read the books, I would have been talking about them in a video. Then again, I did read the Fairy Tales of Remnant, but never made videos on that. I still might, you know. Actually, at this point, I might as well just wait until the animations come out, because I think the animations will do much better view-wise, and just retention-wise for the audience. If in fact they plan on animating every fairy tale of this book, and I really hope they do. But yeah, so anywho, I have to go to the bathroom really quick. So okay, so let's switch the sulfur fish. I feel, oh, hold on. Oh wait, did I not? Okay, here we go. Wait. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick because I really need to. And then when I come back, we're literally just gonna finish up these last few moments. I literally have like Ironwood Cinder and Ironwood Cinder in Salem. I have the Falling of Atlas, and then I have the end credit scene, and then my theory at the end, and then we're literally done. It's also 10:30, so at least another hour. We also have to do the poll. And I have to read the Cat in the Hat, the next page of the last page of the Cat in the Hat until volume 9. So, oh, actually, you know what? No, I'll do a Cat in the Hat read when we do the soundtrack. I'll count the soundtracks as well. It's the least I can do. Anyways, yeah, and I'm gonna read all the super chats at the end too. Yeah, don't worry about that. I definitely plan on doing that. Anyways, I will be right back. Enjoy Chairkun. Thank you, Chairkun. You're a remnant hero. We will never forget you. Chairkun, your diversity is not matched by even the gods themselves. We are but your humble servants. Praise be to you, my lord. Thank you, Hydro. That was well said. Welcome back, guys. No, bring him back. Hey, Chairkun says he appreciates y'all. But, he said he's gonna take a back seat. Pun intended. Whew. Whew, the finale was lit. Absolutely. It's lit, fam. That hair game is on point, Sterling. Yeah, so my hair is actually like, I actually like took a shower before I streamed, so that's why it's kind of like all over the place right now. But yeah, I still don't know what I want to do with it, but it has like a life of its own right now. So I'm keeping my hair. I might shave my beard during the summer because I hate having facial hair during the summer, though I've dealt with it for like the past, I don't know how many years. But yeah, I might shave for the summer, but I'll keep the hair. This is also the longest my hair has ever been. This took a year to get, like, this took a year at least. So whew. Yeah, my girlfriend wants me to shave, but all right, I can still make choices for my, I like my beard. My hair grows that long in a month? Yeah, it took me a year. Well, my hair, like, honestly, so I took a shower before I mean, every time I take a shower, but today specifically I noticed it. So when my hair is wet, like, my hair is like dry right now, so my hair is like, there's a lot of shrinkage, but if I were to like take a shower right now, if I were to just dump a thing like a constant flow of water, I can pull my hair from the top of my head down to like my nose. So my hair is like super long, but the way that like the hair type that I have, it just kind of all like clumps together and just like, they're just like, yo, we want to be buddy. They use the buddy system. But yeah, my hair is dumb long when it's when I take a shower. And like my head just feels like so much heavier because like all the hair is just like wet and it's just lumped over to one side or the other side. Like it's such a pain in the ass to wash my hair, like thoroughly, because there's so much to deal with. But yeah, it's a learning experience for me too, because I've never had to like buy hair products or anything like that, and so now I'm just like, well, what goes with what, and how do I do this and then this, and yeah. So this is the first time my hair's ever been this long, and it's coming together really well. I kind of like it. My hair's kind of like drooping in the back a little, which is it gets annoying a little bit, but I feel like my hair will get long enough to where it's like I have to tie my hair up and so luckily my hair doesn't like fall down and like get in my eyes or anything like that, but this is manageable, I think. Yeah, I was like super confused. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. If you go back to like my volume 6 reactions or volume 7 reactions, that haircut has been like the haircut of my life. I've always gotten that haircut. I've never liked having my hair long because my hair, I never liked how my hair looked. It takes a long time for my hair to get to a point like this where I'm like, okay, I can mess with this. I like the way it looks. But like in order for it to get, it's almost like the beard. Like when I was growing out my beard initially, oh my god, Black Ghost, what are you doing? When I grow out my beard, like I like the beard, but I hate going through the process of getting it to this point, because like for the first month my beard was my chin was so itchy, and it's like it wasn't itchy because like it was just itchy because I felt like it was because of the process of the growing out. It was just so annoying, and it took a while before the rest of it started growing out that it became natural, and then that irritation went away. So it just takes forever before I get to a point where things are fine and I'm just like, all right, I can mess with this. You can blame COVID for that. Like, if it wasn't for COVID, I would not be growing out my hair. But yeah, so, let's see. But yeah, thank you guys all for the compliments. I definitely notice it. I definitely notice it. The beard is poggers, yeah. I mean, I like my beard too. It's just I don't like having a beard, and I hate having a beard and like sweating or just feeling like uncomfortable because of the wet. Like I just don't And I just feel a lot hotter, too, and all that. Like, the hair is fine, but, like, I hate having a beard during the summertime. It's the worst. And, like, my beard, I trim it down, so my beard doesn't get all... Like, the craziest it got was, like, the beginning of Volume 9. I'm sorry, the beginning of Volume 8. And, like, I'll just, like, take, like, my trimming scissors and just, like, cut it down a little bit. I could probably, like, shape it up a little, like, at the barber shop, whatever, but I haven't seen my barber in, like, a year. But, I mean, other than that... Also, sorry, like, we're getting into, like, hair care and all that shit. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'll see how I feel as the summer rolls in. I barely leave the house, and since there's no RTX again, that's another less reason to leave my house. Also, you know what the worst thing in the world is? I ordered groceries for the first time online. And they got to my house. So I can now order like a full thing of groceries and have somebody else deliver it to my house and have another reason for not leaving my house. I told Cal, I was like, Cal, this is awful. This is terrible. That's one more reason for me not to leave my house. Because I like having an excuse to leave the house. But now I don't get haircuts anymore, so I don't go to the barber. I can now order groceries to my house, so I don't have to leave the house to go. The only time I leave my house now, really, is either if I hang out with my friends, which I haven't hung out with my friends since the summertime, or to, like, go to the bank to go get money for, like, rent or something. But, yeah. I mean, I guess it works, right? This is the whole thing, right? Like, we're not supposed to leave our houses, social distancing and all that. I'm doing my part. I'm also losing my goddamn mind because if it wasn't for RWBY and live streaming, I'd have, like, no human contact. So yeah, at the very least, thank God for the internet. Thank God that I was born in the time that I was born in. I wasn't born in, like, the freaking 1500s where there was, like, they, like, kicked a rock around for fun, or I don't know what the hell they were doing for fun. I can't imagine living a life back then. I mean, I could because, you know, that was normal back then, but damn, man, not having the internet, I would have been so pissed off if I, like, had the ability to see into the future and be like, oh, look at all the stuff I'll never experience. That's way cooler than where I'm living. But yeah. Anyways, let's get through the rest of this. So yeah, Winter, unfortunately, having to, you know, and another thing too is that I'm really happy that Winter is finally linked with her family for the first time, like, ever, from our perspective, right? She was in the family house. She didn't talk to Whitley at all. She didn't even interact with the mom. I mean, we didn't see the mom. We saw the mom from Weiss's perspective, but, like, now that Klein's back and her mom's back and her sister's back, I mean, her mom, her brother, and Klein is back. I think I'm so excited for potential Schnee family development because everybody else developed besides Winter, but now Winter is going to have to explain to the family that Weiss died. From her perspective, Weiss died. And Jacques is no longer in the picture. I don't think anybody will really care, but I would be really surprised if no one mentions it because Weiss wanted to save her dad, and Ironwood killed him. And I don't know if they'll ever know the truth of that if Jacques is, in fact, actually dead. So yeah. I mean, Klein has always been been family to them, but I never wanted Jacques dead. Like, yeah, I wanted him to serve his time. I wanted him to feel remorseful for the things that he did, and he knows he's not the big man on campus anymore. He knows that he lost, and he's a coward at the end of the day. But I didn't want to wish death upon him. I didn't want him to die. I felt like that was a pretty fucked up way that Ironwood took care of him, because, like, that's kind of like police brutality at its finest. Might as well put cuffs on the guy. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, anyways, I mean, these characters are the ones that I guess truly matter. I don't think there's anybody out there that's like, oh man, I liked Jacques Schnee. He had so much potential, but now we'll never know. Like, come on now. Like, Jacques was created to be a absolutely unlikable character, and he wore a fucking clip-on tie. So if you like that character, you need to reevaluate yourself. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I know that came off as pretty harsh, but I tell you that because I love you. And you don't deserve Jacques Schnee. And he does not deserve you or your support of him. So keep that in mind. Anyways, let us move on. This was really smart. This was very smart of Cinder because, like I mentioned at the top of the discussion or earlier in the discussion, everything that Cinder does is a product of her upbringings, right? Her guardian, her master. Never underestimate the usefulness of others. So how do you make yourself useful? You take the advice of someone smart like Watts. You work alongside someone as cunning and skillful as Neo. You get the things that you want as a result, this being the staff and the lamp. And then when they are no longer useful, when you get the things you want, and you know that you kind of fucked up too, you asked the question when you shouldn't have, but it got you 2 of the relics. And Salem's not exactly upset with you about that. You do to Watts and Neo like what Salem did to Leo when he was no longer useful. She killed him. So what did she do? She knocked RWBY off the edge, knocked freaking Neo off the edge, 2-for-1 special, killed 2 birds with 1 stone, literally. And then she killed Watts because, you know, Watts was the only other person. He outlived his usefulness. They don't need to stick around in Atlas anymore. And she saved her ass because she used the relic around them two. And if them two told Salem that she lied, that she actually used the last question, that might have been an issue because Salem probably wanted to ask where the beacon relic was because that's what she currently needs to find out. You know? So, again, I think Cinder played the game really well. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And Cinder played it really well. She was the piece that declared checkmate. And I'm so glad that was the title. That's the name of the episode, by the way, if you didn't know. The final word was the final word that was spoken in this volume, which was checkmate from Cinder, because it was Cinder that made all of this shit go to hell. It was her putting her queen piece on Ironwood's desk, declaring checkmate then and there, that set him off, that made him rethink things, that made him irrational and furious of the fact that, you know, Team RWBY or Blake and Yang told Robin about the global communications project when he found out about that before he saw the relic. I'm sorry, before he saw the chess piece. So if anything, she made Ironwood second guess everything, even shit that he was cool with, because up until that point, everything was going their way. I don't think it's mostly like, oh, this is all Team RWBY's fault. You also have to give blame to Ironwood because it's you have to criticize how he went about it. You have to criticize, okay, it's not the fact that you lie. It's not the fact that you're upset that they lied to you. It's how you're handling that and how you're handling the decisions that you're making to justify not trusting them, which is a little outlandish in my opinion, right? Killing Mantle, killing Councilman Sleet, pretty much shooting almost killing Marrow if not for Winter. Like, these don't explain, that doesn't explain, or it doesn't justify you saying, well, I can't trust anybody, so it's my way or due process, by the way. So, yeah, I think Cinder played this really, really well. I think she's taking a lot of inspiration from Salem, and she probably sees herself as something that could potentially be better than Salem, right? She serves no one, in her own words. She serves no one. She's going after all the maiden powers. This is a means to an end for her. Just like her evil stepmother, I feel like she's gonna say these same things when she thinks she has Salem backed into a corner, right? Because, like, without you, I am nothing, but because of you, I am everything, because now I have all the maiden powers. She might have a relic or two. And yeah, I can easily see this going into very end game for Cinder. And I can also see Salem just taking that Grim Arm and just completely engulfing her if she decides that Salem is beyond reinstitutionalizing to be her obedient servant. You know, especially if she has other Silver-Eyed Faunus, like Silver-Eyed Hounds. Yeah, like, Salem is like 3 steps ahead of keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Like, there's like Cinder is obviously going to be a problem for her eventually, the further and further this plot line goes along. So yeah, I think Cinder did a great job. I think she was a really awesome villain. I do feel bad with how Watts went out, right? It's like, I don't know. I just felt like damn, bro, really? You just went out with... I feel like, yeah, he could suffocate in that room. I don't know, maybe they locked the doors so he couldn't get out or whatever, and, like, he's trying to, like, break himself out so he has a chance of living or whatever. But yeah, again, no body, no death. We don't see him collapse and fall and stuff like that. He's just trying to make an attempt, and I guess we're implied to believe that, okay, she's trying to kill Watts right here, so she killed Watts to cover herself up, and because he's no longer useful to her. So yeah, I don't know. I just think that a lot of these things are going to come back to bite her, by the way. That's another thing we have to think about. Because RWBY is not dead. Neo is not dead. Watts might be dead, but the final question was also not used by them. So if any of this information gets out, if these two characters come back into the limelight, that's going to be problems for Cinder, because Cinder is going to have to explain to herself, like, hey, I thought I killed them. They fell into this void. What else am I supposed to assume? What else am I supposed to think? Plus, I got you 2 relics, so if anything, I did my part, you know? And, yeah, that is probably going to be an issue as time goes on. And, yeah, so she also got what she wanted at the end of the day. She wanted to kill RWBY, despite Salem's insistence not to kill RWBY. She used up the last question when she knew that Salem wanted the last question. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff here that she's setting up that's going to come back in and be a problem for her in future volumes, I think. Especially if the Sword of Destruction isn't on their side. Like, if they don't recover the Sword of Destruction, or if they lose these relics again. You know what these relics remind me of, by the way? Quick little side note. They kind of remind me of Shengong Wu. If any of you guys out there watch Shaolin Showdown, one of the best fucking cartoons I ever watched in my life. It's up there with, like, Teen Titans and fucking Jackie Chan Adventures. Like, I just love shows that present, like, these tools that are utilized as, like, these super, like end game, like, game changers, right? Like the Shengong Wu, the talismans and stuff like that. I loved Shaolin Showdown. And that's kind of what these relics are reminding me of. It's like, because, like, in one episode, you can have the Fist of Tebigong, and then the next episode, you have the Orb of Toonami. But then, if you do, like, the freaking Gong Yi Tenpai, right, the Shaolin Showdown, then you could potentially lose those, or you can gain other ones. So, in Volume 5, the heroes had the lamp. And then in Volume 6, the heroes still had the lamp. And then in Volume 7, they still had the lamp, but they were going for the staff. And then a couple chapters ago, the heroes had the lamp and the staff. I mean, the heroes lost the lamp in Volume 7, but then they gained the staff a couple chapters ago, but then they lost both of them in this episode. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, these are just, they're like going out, like, everyone's getting their hands, like, you know, everyone's touching the freaking relics and getting their hands on them and then losing them in, like, 2 seconds later. So when there's 3 relics, it's like, bro, we got to keep tabs on 3 of these things. Anything can happen. Anyone can lose them. It can go to anybody. Who knows how any of this works. And then when the 4th relic comes through, you just got to make, at that point, you got to play hot potato with them. It's like, hey, you take this relic and fly all the way that way. Do not care about anyone or anything. Because if all 4 of these relics come together, we're fucked. So, yeah, that's kind of what I think about. Long story short, I think Cinder did a really good job. I am far more invested with her as a villain. The fact that she's smart, the fact that she thinks ahead, I still think it's a little bit of regression, because I think it would have worked out for her far more if she decided to work alongside people. But again, I think that's her major character flaw. She wants to be the one and only. She doesn't want any competition. She wants to prove herself, and ultimately she wants all the power, all of the influence, and she wants everything to revolve around her in the end. And so, yeah, I think I'm really happy with how she turned out. She officially got her first dub, and she went against Team RWBY. She went against Penny. She went against Winter. She went against Jean, and, you know, she definitely held her own. So I really, really liked how she turned out. And again, checkmate. What about Avatar? I mean, I'm not going to make every comparison. I just thought of Shengong Wu from Shaolin Showdown because, you know, these are magical items that can turn the tide of battle, but just because you have it now doesn't mean that you're only going to have it. Like, the next episode, like, you can get it stolen, or you can do a Shaolin Showdown and lose it in that mini game or whatever. So, yeah. That's just what I know of. I'm not going to reference everything. I'm just going to reference what I know. And yeah, I would say that was it. Let's see. Again, Black Ghost, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I think Volume 9 is going to be based off Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, so we talked about that last week. That was also my thought process as well. And I'm hoping that, I'm right, but there is going to be some caveats to that, I think. Salvador 001, nice to see you again, bud. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Whoops, got busy playing games. Here's some money. Also, Cinder better hope everyone she's stabbed stays dead, because Salem won't appreciate the truth. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Yeah, that's literally setting up for things to backfire on her by the end of it. Arthur Garcia, hi Arnold, just woke up and I will we'll watch your post live stream tonight. Thank you for being you throughout the entire RWBY series. Also, Blake Waifu. Hey, I appreciate that, Arthur. So really quick, Arthur, if you do plan on watching the post live stream, there is 2 parts because I had to end my stream because I was having internet issues. So there is a part 1 and a part 2. So just to keep you in the loop of that. Xavier Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Hi Arnold, I just left work and this is my first live stream I've missed this entire volume, but here's a gift for you to celebrate the finale. Hey, I appreciate it. All the same, first off, I love the dedication, the consistency, the fact that you've been here for the last 13 chapters, despite the hiatuses and the breaks of the volume over the course of the last couple of months. I really appreciate that, and I'm glad to know that you've been tuning in and you've been watching. I appreciate the super chat as well. And you know, if you missed out on it, at the very least, you'll be able to, you know, these are always going up as VOD, so you'll always be able to catch up after the fact. Marcus Holloway, thank you for the super chat. Cinder literally has the mindset of a Viking legend, Ivan the Boneless. Tactical, cold, cunning, and crazy, along with having a boneless grim arm. Interesting. I wonder if that's supposed to be a parallel there. It could be. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Arthur Garcia, thank you for letting me know. Looking forward to it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a little bit of an issue. I'm not going to be able to get a second thumbnail up until tomorrow because by the time I finish this, it's going to be like 11:30, almost midnight. And I'm going to be like too tired and I still have to like put up the VODs afterwards. So I'm likely going to have... I mean, the thumbnail will be the same side by side. So it's going to look like I uploaded twice, but hopefully the thumbnail isn't too much of an issue where I can just change that up for people. Hey, what up, Flint? All right, I'm gonna see y'all next volume. Okay, Kermit, that was actually pretty clever. Starcraft Squall, thank you for the super chat. Theory, I think everyone who fell is dead, or rather snapped out of existence. Their physical bodies no longer exist, but their consciousness do, and Volume 9 will be a race against time for them to return before they permadie. That's interesting. It's interesting that they didn't show the characters, they just showed the weapon, so we don't know what the current state of them are. You know, they could look different for all we know, and I do have a little bit of insight that might play into that a little bit further into the discussion. All right, let's see. Black Ghost, the end credits reminded me of the tree in Norse mythology. Yeah, Yggdrasil. Yeah, a lot of people... I think we always think of Yggdrasil because that's the same thing that people thought of when they saw the tree in the vault of the Spring Maiden. Like, that tree reminded me of Yggdrasil and a lot of people as well. So I just think we're like, whenever we see a big tree, we immediately default to Yggdrasil for some reason. I think Neo will turn coat after being betrayed and will stick with Ruby and Jean. She might be a third party. I don't think she'll have anything out for Ruby and company after she finds out the truth or realizes that she's just as much a throwaway as they are. But I don't think she's going to just join the gang. You know what I mean? She was just trying to kill them. She's also killed people. So I feel like she's irredeemable to an extent. But she's out for her own type of vengeance for Torchwick. So she might just double down and be like, fuck it, I'm just going after Cinder like I always should have. Zach Feifel, I'm one of the few people who always loved Cinder. I probably did because she's hot. So it's also rewarding to say that after this volume. Yeah, I mean, some people do. People like me, not so much, but I'm definitely coming around to her. So I really liked how she delivered and like kind of was, you know, she kind of was fleshed out a little bit more this volume in terms of her capabilities. Like, she's not losing every fight she's in. I mean, she lost a couple more fights in this volume, but end goals, she definitely wised up. Clifford Williams, hey man, sorry I missed part 1, but I will say all that I will say. But I will say, I hope Volume 9 is nothing but them trying to escape the void and meeting up in Vacuo at the end. Yeah, I agree, Clifford. We talked about that earlier. I don't know if you were in here for that, but yeah, I still want to see the perspective of what's happening in Vacuo. I don't want them to jump around. Like, what I would kind of like is for Volume 9 to be only from Ruby's perspective, and then like by the end of Volume 9 they get out and they go to Vacuo and they see the gang, and then Volume 10 would be that same perspective, that same timeline, but from the Vacuo side of things, and then that ends with Team RWBY and them meeting up the same way it did in Volume 9. I think that might work out. I don't know if it's wise to do that, to split both ends to cover the same bases. Or if it's even worth doing that. Like, is anything that they're doing in Vacuo going to be worth it in the meantime? You also have to remember too, I believe, I'm like 90% sure, 95% sure that KaraDestare said that Volume 9 will be a short volume. I don't know what they mean by short. I don't know if they mean shorter runtime, shorter episode length, shorter episodes. Like, I don't know what they mean by that. They said Volume 9 at the very least will be shortened. Will be shorter. And, yeah. I also think yesterday they confirmed that they're greenlit for 2 more volumes. So Volumes 10 and 11 have been approved. That does not mean they're working on them. That just means that they have been approved, if that information was in fact true. So that means when they're done writing for Volume 9, they can start writing for Volume 10. And then when they're done writing for Volume 10, Volume 11, and so on and so forth. Again, like I said, I saw it yesterday, but yesterday was also April Fool's. So take that with a grain of salt. Oh, that was an old article? Okay, never mind. Someone in my Discord posted old stuff like they always do. And I always have to like double and triple check. All right, I take back what I said. They're only greenlit for Volume 9 as of right now. Ten chapters? I mean, when you say short, when you are you comparing it to anything? Are you comparing it to previous expectations? So we've always gotten a minimum of 12 chapters. So are we getting less than 12 chapters? Does that mean we're getting more runtime but less chapters? Does that mean we're getting the same amount of chapters but less runtime? Like, what do you mean? Like, short in what sense? You know? I wouldn't be surprised if they do 8 chapters, but those 8 chapters are guaranteed 20 minutes each. I could see something like that. Something like Genlock almost. Like, Genlock was 8 episodes, but those 8 episodes were like 30 minutes a pop, like 23 minutes a pop. So yeah, it might be something like that. Yeah, and also they did say that the volume was going to be shorter prior to COVID, so yeah. But yeah, I mean, if it's a short volume, then that might mean that this is going to take place solely in this realm that Team RWBY and company is in. I just don't know if it's going to, if the timeline is parallel, if time flows faster in Remnant than it does on the island, or if time on the island flows faster than Remnant, or if it's consistent no matter what. Because I think there has to be a time skip in general. You can't just be like, oh man, we just lost Team RWBY, and then a week later they pop out of the ether and they're back in the real world and everything's fine. It's like a week. I hope it's at least a couple months at least, I think. Right? They spent a significant amount of time in Atlas, like the montage and the training arc and all that stuff, and we don't really even have the confirmation of how long that was, but that had to have been at least a couple weeks. So I do think that that a significant amount of time in general needs to pass. And I think that'd be cool, because then the next time Team RWBY and company sees everybody, they might look different. They might have new outfits. They might have longer hair or cut hair, or they might just look drastically different. Or it would be really cool if time in Remnant passed significantly and time on the island doesn't. And then when they go back to Remnant, they realize, holy shit, we were in a time stasis dimension. So time for us didn't like stopped, but it kept going for everybody else. I think that would be super cool as well. Or the inverse, or the opposite. Like Team RWBY and company age a bit, and then everybody else doesn't. But then that'd be kind of weird. Because, like, everybody's the same age right now, and then at that point, it would be like, well, are they still the same age despite... If you're in stasis, do you no longer age? And if you don't age anymore, is that... Are birthdays irrelevant? Because, like, it contradicts how long you've been aging, and that's the whole point of having an age or a birthday, to keep tabs on that. But let's just say you're in a time stasis world for five real-world years. And then you come out of that time stasis, and 5 years have passed, but you haven't aged in 5 years. Are you still 20, or are you now 25? You know? I don't know. That'd be kind of cool, though. Anyways, let's move on. We're almost done. So, yeah, Watts got done. Watts got godded. And, everything popped off. I love the shot of Cinder and Salem just flying away like, later, bitch. Sucks to be you. We got what we wanted. You know? I mean, Cinder didn't get the power, but, I mean, that's always going to be in the back of her mind. I feel like once she gets the second Maiden power, it's just going to be a matter of collecting the other two, right? She's going to... I feel like if she gets the Summer Maiden power, she's going to either go for Winter next, or she's going to go for Raven. And then she'll come back and clean up the last one. I honestly think... Yo! The man! The myth! The legend! No! Oh, man. Oh, boy. This message has set... No! I refuse! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have some tragic news. It's unclear, but it seems like we have lost a remnant hero in the fight for Atlas. Private William Pendragon of the 31st Brigade fought the good fight against the wicked forces of Atlas. Ironwood, Cinder, Hazel, Neo, the Grim. He tried his best, and he will be forever immortalized in the live stream discussions to come. This is a final passage of a proud Atlesian. This message was set to play upon my death. Atlas has fallen, but its people live, and so Atlas lives on. The kingdom itself shall become a tomb for those left behind. Peace for the fallen. Remember us. This has been the final recording of Private William Pendragon of the 31st Brigade. Salute to you, my friend. And I appreciate the super chat. Thank you! We'll never forget you. Oh, man. Come on. Where's that second chance semblance? God damn it. You have a semblance that can make you reverse any fatal wound or whatever. Unless you drowned. Which, if you drown, then yeah, that's a little sad, but... Damn, you know what I need to do now? I need to go throughout all of my streams and highlight every RP-centric moment that has taken place with William Pendragon of the 31st and make a compilation video honoring this legendary hero. The unsung hero that fought and died that many people do not know about, and more people should. So I might take myself up on that offer. If I can make a video about a fucking chair for 17 minutes, you bet your ass I'm going to make a video of someone who's done significant RP fucking groundbreaking RP week to week for the last 2 volumes. It's gonna happen. And I appreciate it very much, William. Thank you so very much for the fucking crazy generosity you've shown. You've dropped to like nothing short of $100 for every super chat that you've done this RP, which is fucking crazy. But I appreciate you wholeheartedly. I love the banter. I love the fact that you're in it. I love the fact that chat is a part of it just as much as we are. And I love the fact that you're a part of the live stream discussions. And I think we just created like our own like non-canon in-universe RWBY. Like, dude, imagine they make this canon. Imagine they're just like William Pendragon. Like, they just have like a memorial of all the lives lost in RWBY. And then like in one of the blocks of the names, it's just signed Private William Pendragon. That'd be so pog. I gotta get on the phone with Eddie. It's like, Eddie, you did me a solid with the clip-on tie, but I actually need to phone in an actual favor this time. We need to let people know this man's name. Shout it from the rooftops, god damn it. And he has a pretty cool semblance, so we'll talk about it over dinner. Okay, bye. This was fun. This was fun, dude. I really, really like this. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while because I gotta go through I gotta go through every live stream discussion that I've done. So I gotta go through, I mean, thank fucking God. Yo, can we get a quick round of applause? Shout out in the chat for Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman has timestamped every single existing live stream discussion that I've done, both past, present, and will probably do them all for the future. He's gone back to live stream discussions from volumes 4, 5, 6, like before he even started doing timestamps for me. Mr. Coleman, I don't know if he's in chat right now, but they have done phenomenal work on like putting timestamps. So if you go to any previous live stream discussion, if you just wanted to hear my thoughts, you don't have to scroll through like just mindlessly scrolling through. There will be a timestamp in the pinned comment, and it's all thanks to him. And he did that like without me asking, like he did that of his own accord. And I'm super grateful and thankful for him. And he's been doing it every week for volume 7 and for volume 8. And like even the ones that I've posted, because he had a little bit of an issue with his channel, kind of like how I did, where he couldn't comment on my videos, but he would send them to me in a file and then I would put them. And so if you saw any that I posted, like, and pinned, those were from, like, he did all the legwork. I just posted it. So yeah, you guys are absolute legends. I wouldn't be able to do, like, a lot of this shit without you guys. You know, the Chair Coon banter, the freaking William Pendragon chat RP, or even having things set up for people who watch the VODs, because, like, that helps out a lot of people. Some people will watch the whole VOD after the fact, and that's fucking crazy to me. But, like, even people who don't, like people who just want to come in and say, I want to know what he thought about the Penny scene, or I want to know what he thought about the, Winter and Ironwood scene, or I want to know what he thought about the end credit scene. They don't have to like scroll like mindlessly. Like time is precious. Like I get it. I don't expect everyone to sit down and watch like a 4, 5, 6 hour live stream of me talking about the show. So yeah, like they've contributed immensely, and I'm really grateful and thankful for them for that. And yeah, I mean, this is the end of another volume. It's been great. It's been a blast, and I wouldn't be able to do it with some people without the people like William and without Coleman. Arnold, call Aaron about William. Well, I mean, she'll be able to animate, but he's already dead. Aaron might be an animator, but I don't think she's got that kind of pull. You got to talk to the big fish. You got to talk to the Shaw Crosses, the Lunas, the Burkharts, the Revis. You gotta talk to those. You gotta talk to those head honchos. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. I really do apologize. It's so hard, man. I have to actively like make an active I have to rewire my brain. I have to rewire my brain because like once something is set, it's hard for it to be unset, and I have to put an active effort into that. So I do apologize. Aren't you the CEO? Oh boy. Arnold, this is gonna be like running a marathon. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey, and we're gonna be back for it next year for volume 9 and then 10, and then 11. Say 3 sentences with the correct pronouns. Okay, that's actually a good practicing tool. Because I've never, I've never... Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll definitely try to do that to rewire it just so it's instinctual. Because, if I have to actively think, it hasn't set in yet. And it just comes from a place of, relearning. It's not I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to impose on anything, of course. I don't want to be disrespectful, but, Aaron and I are friends, so it's going to take me a bit of time, but I appreciate them. I did it. Just takes time. All right. So again, let's get back to it. So the final shot. Okay. So top corner shot. So for those who don't remember, or like I mentioned earlier, if you look just at the bottom corner of the, if you just look at the bottom corner, you can see a giant lake, and that lake most likely runs under all of this ice. So when Atlas crashes into Mantle, it creates that chasm that you see on the bottom corner, and all of the water just rushes in and just fills up Mantle with Atlas already in it. So yeah. And then Crow's devastated because he doesn't know if Ruby's alive, if she made it out, or anything like that. You guys, so here's a little fun fact you guys might not know. So this is known as the Kingdom of Atlas, right? And there's a very interesting Easter egg for what's happening right here. This is a Easter egg reference to Atlantis, which is the lost empire that was pretty much disappeared overnight, swallowed up by the ocean. And it's interesting because Atlantis is spelled Atlantis. If you remove the T, the I, and the N, you get Atlas. And if you remove those three letters spell out Tin, which is the Tin Man of Ironwood. And for dramatic effect, for the coup de grace, Atlantis is literal definition in Greece means the island of Atlas. They planned this shit from the beginning, dude. Yeah, so the Tin Man made Atlas become Atlantis. Yep. God, that's so freaking cool. That's so badass. That's so awesome. Also, I want to give a quick shout out to the music that was playing during this entire scene. That's probably my favorite, OST track. I really hope we get a fuller version of it in the soundtrack. I loved the OST that they used for this moment. It was so freaking cool. Mind blown? Yeah, I was mind blown too. But yeah, that's a really cool reference there. So Atlas is a reference to Atlantis, and then Atlas plus tin equals Atlantis, and Ironwood is the Tin Man. And yeah, Atlas is now Atlantis at the bottom of the ocean, swallowed up with all of the and again, that's another thing too, Atlantis. So I remember Atlantis from the Disney show. So Disney's, or was it Disney? I think it was Disney. So Disney's Atlantis, the Lost Empire. Such a bad, with Milo Thatch, and I think her name was Kita. I haven't seen that movie in ages, by the way. I haven't seen that movie in I think I saw it when it first came out, in theaters as a child. So, Atlantis was this super advanced, futuristic civilization that, I guess a calamity or a supernatural event happened, and overnight it disappeared. Wiped away from, the ocean and everything like that, and it's lost to time in history. That's literally Atlas. Atlas was the most futuristic, most militaristic stronghold kingdom in all of Remnant. And overnight, well, not overnight, but the following 48 hours, it was up and fine last night, and by morning it's gone. So yeah, I thought that was a really, really cool reference there. Yeah, I never saw Atlantis 2. I still want to see that, actually. Because I know people say that, like, Disney sequels are shit. I actually liked Lion King 2. I liked Little Mermaid 2, actually, too. I watched that as well. What else did I watch? I think I watched Cinderella 2 Dreams Come True. I kind of liked that one. I kind of vibed with that a little bit. But I have not seen Atlantis 2. And I don't understand why or how they would go back. Yeah, Frozen 2? Frozen 2 is pretty pog, actually. Me and Cal watched that last year. Lion King 2 is good. He lives in you. God, I love Lion King 2. Simba's Pride? Yes, there is a Lion King 2, and it's very good. God, man, Lion King 2 is so good. Cal and I watched Lion King 1 last year, and we were supposed to watch Lion King 2. But I think we got... no, we started watching Snowpiercer, I think, instead after that. Deception. For shame. I'm about to get copyrighted right now. I need to stop. Deception. Disgrace. He asked for trouble the moment he came. Yeah, I like the Lion King 2 opening song. I think that's just as good as The Circle of Life. I actually might like that one a little better. You see, like, Mufasa and everything. It's so good, dude. It's so good. I think it's called He Lives in You. Yeah. Anyways, let's close out. Speaking of songs, have any of you guys heard the full version of Friend with lyrics that you can get right now on YouTube, on the Sirs and Madams YouTube channel? It's a very good source of the lyrics. It has like the cute fan art and all that stuff. Yeah, this was a great song. Paint our nails, try on clothes, talk about cute boys. Yeah, this was a great song. This is a really good song. Oh, hold on a second. Gotta put this back in its place. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the Volume 1 callback. Yeah, it's a Penny song through and through for sure. I love how it like ties in like the whole when you wish upon a star. It's like if you wish upon a star, your dreams will come true. Like a literally classic Disney Pinocchio, like, you know, kind of stuff going on there. And Penny wished for a friend, and at the end of everything, she didn't last long. She didn't live a full life, but she lived a fulfilled life, and she spent it the best way she could with the people she cared about. Yeah, I love the song. It's like I listened to it initially and I was like, oh, this is a pretty boppy song. I kind of vibe with this. And then afterwards I listened to the song again with the lyrics, because you can never hear the lyrics really well for the first watch. So I listened to the song a second time, and I was just bawling. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. How could I listen to this song after that chapter? And so I was like, this song is so wholesome and pure and like so beautiful, but it's also like the worst thing you can give to somebody after like killing off the character that it's based off of. You know, it's like a tribute song. It's like, hey, this is how Penny Paulandina lived her life. This is all of the good times that she had with the people that she experienced it with. And it's just like, don't listen for it too long, because you might just get choked up. The warmest song for the warmest soul. Yeah. So yeah, and then like you think the song's called Friend, and then you just think of like You called me friend. Am I really? It's like, damn, like that shit really hit home for her. She really was like freaked out that someone literally called. She's like, you've been who I've been searching for my whole life. Oh, man. God damn, man. I'm a little nervous now too, because it's like, this isn't over. Like, RWBY isn't over. They got some body bags this volume, right? Hazel, I'm just gonna say presumably. They got a bunch of body bags. They got Hazel, Watts, Ironwood, Jacques, Penny. And if you want to go the extra mile, Councilman Sleet, right? And potentially any stragglers that didn't make it out of Atlas or Mantle when shit went, and Vine Zeki as well, Vine as well. So that's like 7 main characters, and then a bunch of Atlesians in the control room. People in general, like the people that fell off the edge of Cinder. Also, for those people too, they might have like gotten blown off the sides, but if they fell down to that same island, those people might be alive on the island as well. So that's something you got to take into consideration. Maria and Pietro are not dead. No, they just haven't been back on screen. So yeah, like a lot of body bags. But here's the thing: the show isn't done yet, and the more of these alternate characters that you kill off, characters that aren't RWBY, Weiss, Blake, Yang, and at this point even Team Juniper, it just creates more of a situation where those characters become more of a target the higher the stakes might get, right? So at the fall of Beacon, we lost characters. At the fall of Atlas, we lost characters. And so I'm expecting loss at the fall of Vacuo, and potentially for the fall of Beacon Part 2 when we go back there to look for the relic. And so, like, these characters being gone, not only is that tragic in its own right, but it also creates this uncertainty that, like, we're kind of running out of characters to kill. As screwed up as that might sound, like, that's just the fate of some characters to flesh out a story and make it feel real and believable. Is just, yeah, like that some characters, characters aren't just meant for that, but like as a story develops, that's where it leads some characters like Pyrrha, like Hazel, like Penny. And so, yeah, and also they're running out of villains, so that's why I also think it would be interesting if they have like an extra villain that they haven't talked about that's just been lying low in Vacuo doing their thing, setting things up for Salem at some point. And, you know, Tyrion and Mercury are going to meet up with them or something. I thought that'd be interesting instead of just revealing everybody out the jump and now watching them fall one by one. So, but like now you have to think about, they just fleshed out Team Sun and Team Coffee so well in the books. And now we're going into Vacuo. And so now I'm thinking, is Team Coffee going to be on the chopping block for the fall of Vacuo? Because these are also pivotal characters who aren't the main characters, but are very integral to what's happening in this kingdom. And you know, like how Penny was integral to Atlas and Pyrrha was a part of the Beacon arc, I think that might be the next shift where we have to start asking ourselves, well, who's left? Like who? And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Sun and Team Coffee are the main characters of the Vacuo arc. Like personally, I wouldn't be upset if, like, while Team RWBY and them are in like the island doing their own thing, Team Sun and Team Coffee are up top side, and they're like, okay, we're the main characters and we're forwarding the plot and we're doing our things. We just dealt with 2 things from the book sequence. And now we have to deal with Tyrion. Now we have to deal with Mercury. Now we have to deal with all these Grimm. Now we have to deal with the Sword of Destruction, whatever that might be. And you know, like, what if Coco becomes the maiden? What if Velvet becomes a maiden? You know what I mean? Like, that stuff, that's something you have to consider. Like, I'm pretty sure the existing maiden is probably going to be like a third-party character, like Freya, like Vernal or Raven, or like Amber. That's just going to be, unfortunately, like a plot device. You know, like, they're a maiden, they're going to have their moment, they're going to die, they're going to transfer the power, and whoever that power goes to is going to then become the target, and so on and so forth for getting the relic, and you know, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you have to think about that. You have to think of, if they're killing off these other characters who are now out of the picture, out of their relevant arcs per kingdom, who's left? If they're going to kill off someone from Team RWBY, I really don't think it's going to happen until the final arc. And I know that sounds a little cheap to say, but like realistically, I don't see that panning over well if they legitimately killed like RWBY, the main character of the main, like the team leader of the first letter of the show. Like, she's more of a main character than any of them. And also because of the rapport that they've built up with the community over the years. Like, they're the main characters. They're the stars of the show, to a degree. And so I feel like if they're going to make that ultimate sacrifice, it should probably be at the final battle when they are at their peak as a character. I think Vacuo is a very strong likelihood that it will be some of the characters that we probably didn't see. So now what I'm thinking is there's going to be a Penny effect, right? Because we had characters like Team Cocoa. Team Coffee. Team Coffee and Team Sun. They were present during the Beacon arc, but I would argue that they probably had just as much screen time as Penny. So enough for some characters to grow attached to them, but not enough for everyone. I would say I would lean Team Sun a little bit more in that area, because like Sun still was in volumes 4 and 5. So I feel like he's a little bit higher on that list, but like after the Coffee book came out, I feel like Team Coffee's far more vital of like community priority, as like these are the characters we love and care about. And yeah, Team Sun had a little bit of that in the second book, but you know, you still have to factor in like what we've seen in the show, and so yeah, like getting a second chance with these characters the same way that you gave Penny a second chance of having them on screen, having them being a part of the plot, having them do relevant shit. You know, maybe even make them super relevant to things that are going on. Now, I don't know if they're going to be like, okay, well, we just made one of the characters that everyone knows a maiden, right? Like, Raven's a maiden, and she's, like, out of the picture. Cinder's a maiden. She's the main, like, big bad boss of, like, the big bad villain that Salem has left. You just made Winter a maiden, so she's kind of like a super important character now. Are you going to do that with Coco? Are you going to do that with Velvet? Are you going to do that with... I don't know if Carmen Escalados, if anything happens to her in the books. I still haven't read them yet, but I know that she's the new character that they showed off in the first book. So I don't know if she dies or anything. Don't spoil that. But yeah, like, she's around too. I know that there's some other characters too that are like some professors maybe, but like I'm looking at all of the women in this next arc, and I'm just thinking one of y'all is going to be the Summer Maiden, unless it's my initial theory that it's going to be Neo, so she can become a maiden to face off against Cinder, to get revenge against not only trying to kill her, but also revenge against Tortrick. And the only way she can do that is by getting power that's on equal footing with her. And yes, Neo will put up a good fight. She'll try her best. She'll leave a couple scars, but I do think it will lead to her dying, but going down swinging and leaving a bit of an impact behind. But that's the only thing I can think about. Other than that, yes, you would have I keep saying Team Coco, Team Coffee. You would have Team Sun in harm's way, the same way that the Aesops were, the same way that Penny was. And I just don't know where that's gonna lead as time goes on, because yeah, there's a lot of things that they can do with Vacuo. And this is it. Like, I'm almost considering this to be the final relic, because we're circling back to where it all started with Beacon. You know what I mean? We'll probably stop in Vale. We'll stop at Patch. We'll see Tai Yang most likely. We'll see Glinda. We'll see the Shopkeeper. We'll see Port and Uplek, hopefully. Maybe Professor Peach, fingers crossed. And we'll eventually go back to where it all started. Beacon Academy, the giant wyvern that's still frozen there most likely from Ruby's initial Silver-Eyed Blast. Some Grim along the way. Maybe we'll stop by Forever Falls. You know, in the Emerald Forest, we'll get some like old like nostalgia vibes. We'll get the old school music. We'll get like a re-rendition of the Beacon arc like OSTs, which is probably my favorite OSTs in all of the show. And yeah, that's where the final battle will be had. It's either going to be Ozpin's going to keep his mouth shut and no one's going to tell him he's not going to tell anyone where the relic is, and Salem might start getting desperate, because like the question is used up. Or another thing too, and this is a theory that I present, what if, so is Jin's 3 questions, does the 100 years start once the 3rd question is asked, or is the 3 questions like recycled after enough time has passed? So are they coming up on the 100-year anniversary to where the 3rd question would have need to been asked for the reset to happen? Because then that would present Jin with 3 additional questions that the gang would then be able to ask, and thus be able to carry on with getting 3 more questions, and maybe, you know, present the question of where the beacon relic is. But then that's 3 more questions. Once 3 is done is my belief. Yeah, so I think the 3rd question will regen. Because they said I can ask up to 3 questions every 100 years. It's not you won't get, you know what I mean, every 100 years. It's not saying that you have to use these questions in 100 years to get 3 more. I think it's more of like, these 3 questions will reset every 100 years. That would be too easy? No, it wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't be easy. They just used 2 questions in the course of like a couple months. So it really depends on when that first question was asked. Because if that first question, let's just say that first question was asked at year 1 of the 100-year reset, and then question 2 and 3 were just asked now, and let's just say when they go back to Beacon, it will have been 100 years since that first question was asked, and thus that first question is reset to be asked again. If it works like that, then they will still get 1 more question, and then they'll have to wait like 99 years, 11 months, 15 days, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, because the last 2 questions were asked relatively close. They were asked like both within the same year. But it really depends when that first question was asked. And I wonder if that will reset it, because again, like the wording is very ambiguous. But yeah, I do think that there is going to be there has, like, I can't believe that Jin is gone for good. That the only way that we will get where the beacon relic is if Ozpin decides to reveal its location, and that information leaks, and then Salem figures it out and goes and gets it. I think the only other way is if there's 1 more question reset, and maybe no one knows, and Salem and Salem just has the relic in her possession, and she's like, damn, if only I could ask Jin. And then Jin summons, she's like, what the fuck? I thought all questions were asked. It's like, oh, well, that 1 question was asked 100 years ago, so my time reset, and now I'm allowed to answer 1 more question, because, and then it won't be until like 99 point however many years before you can ask me the other one. I think that would be, I don't know. I think it would be tricky, but at the same time, it would be kind of clever, because we only ever got 2 questions to begin with. So I felt like, number 1, we were robbed of a question, because I'm assuming Ozpin asked it prior. And secondly, like we'll get that final, we'll still have that 1 question that I feel that the hero still deserved, or I felt like it was much more, and then we'll have, and then, let me try to word this. And then we'll have 1 more question that will give us a worthy outcome, instead of, hey, tell us what the audience already knows, and tell us what RWBY and her friends are hiding, or what RWBY and her friends are planned. So it's an opportunity to give us a very worthwhile question that we still wanted to know. The heroes don't know that they asked the question. So if the question does reset, that's another thing too. If the question does reset, for the 100-year anniversary of the first question being asked, and then the heroes get the relic back in their possession and they summon Jin, they'll be none the wiser in knowing that the only reason why their plan worked, well, no, never mind. Cinder told them, actually. No, Cinder told them what happened. That she's like, oh, how did you find out about that? I had a little help from Jin. So yeah, so it'll just be like kind of crazy moment regardless for anybody who gets the question, like who has the relic, and if that 100-year tick You know, I don't know if it's like an alarm clock. It's like you've got mail. It's like you've got one wish left. Like, I don't know how that'll work. But yeah. I think the 100 years start on the third question. We'll see. Well, here's the thing. Nobody knows. So you can't say that that will happen or that won't happen. I'm presenting a theory, and that's the whole point. It's about having the conversation and the discussion because the rules are not definitive of how exactly these rules reset. At least I don't think so. And so again, I'm just presenting this as a talking piece for anyone who wants to argue against it. But again, we were presented with 2 questions. We don't know when the third one was asked. And the fact that these 2 questions are now done and over with kind of makes me feel a little cheated because we only got 1 question really that was relevant to any type of new information. Yes, the villains used it for a better plan. That's great and all, but it still doesn't change the fact that Salem is none the wiser at where this beacon relic is. And Jin would have been the only way that she would know where to find it. And so, yeah, I still do feel like having that kind of that meticulous way of having the questions reset. It's not all 3 at once. It's 1 question every 100 years when that question was asked within those 100 years. So yeah. Time dilation for the lamp by Weiss. Yeah. Yeah, Weiss just time dilates the fucking lantern and has it like rapidly age 100 years. Easy clap, boys. Let's go. Yeah. That's when time dilation needs to come back. Yo, I present that case. I'm presenting it to the RWBY Council. That's what they're going to do. That's how it's going to work out. I'm calling it. This is so silly. My dude, it's 11:33. You should sleep. I'm good. I appreciate it, but I'm a grown man. I sleep when I want to. Ask me what time I went to bed yesterday. I'm sorry. Ask me what time I went to bed this morning. RWBY is finally done, which means after today, 7 a.m. You're funny. No. I went to bed at 10 a.m. today. I went to bed after I posted that Cherkun video. That Cherkun video was manually posted. Wait, was that yesterday or was that today? Yeah, I posted it today. Yeah. That Cherkun video was posted this morning at like 6 o'clock. And then I had to prep the rest of the live stream. And that took about 2 hours. And then I made breakfast. And then I came back and prepped the rest of it. I went to bed at 9 a.m. 10 a.m. And then I woke up at 4 o'clock. I woke up at 4 o'clock. I took a shower. No, I woke up at 4 o'clock, took a shower, ate, and then I went live for the stream. And now that RWBY's done, I can literally sleep in tomorrow. I'm going to wake up at like 11:30 and then watch my premiere with you guys in the chat. And then RWBY's officially done. And then I'm going to stream Genshin Impact tomorrow because I haven't done the Windbloom event and it ends in 2 days. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Neo Poppins. Yeah, I literally just answered that question before I saw it. But yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got an end credit scene. I am so pumped because like Carrie and like Eddie and Melanie on the RWBY were teasing that poll that I asked. I was like, do you guys think we'll get an end credit scene this year? Because obviously we didn't get one last year. Circumstances were a little different. They didn't want to crunch for an end credit scene, but at the same time, the volume picks up immediately after where it ended. So I think a proper end credit scene would have been like the credits roll and then like, you know, it shows like the last 20 seconds of the episode, which is like, oh, we're picking something up on radar. Is anyone seeing this? And then it's Salem on the whale. I think that would have been a proper end credit scene. It's basically the de facto end credit scene since we didn't get one last year. But we got one this year. And it's very, very confusing, admittedly. I'm going to bounce around a little bit from some talking points that I mentioned last week regarding Yang, regarding how everyone was going to fall regarding where they were going and everything else in between. I have a lot of talking points at the end of my reaction of this chapter, which will be posted tomorrow at the time of me recording this live event now. But we see a beach. So we get a look at a beach setting. So first off, fabled RWBY beach episode confirmed, hopefully, fingers crossed. We have Crescent Rose because that was one of the first things that fell. That was actually the second thing that fell following Yang. So we know that wherever this fell, this is where Yang fell. This is where Blake and Weiss and Jean fell and Neo fell. And maybe, fingers crossed, any of the civilians that were blasted off the side from Cinder, unless they literally just like died on impact and their corpses are here somewhere. And this might be a little, I don't know, this might be a little, this might be a little, I don't know how to say, morbid, but Penny died on the platforms before the creation was destroyed by Cinder's new creation, and so Penny could potentially be here. Or rather, the remains of Penny could potentially still be here, and they could be discovered, and this could be why this could be a way of Jean explaining the situation, what had to be done, Penny's decision as a person. And in the back of my mind, I think of like I said before, a Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1, like the ending scene, like the death of that character and the how they buried them on the beach with no magic. I feel like that would be a great send-off for her if that was the case, if that's what the consistency leads into for the chapter, instead of it just being, oh, well, Penny disappeared into the ether as well and is elsewhere. But what's more interesting is the setting. So we have a beach, we have Crescent Rose in the sand, we have some giant seashells, which are somewhat important. We have some twisted tropical trees, and then in the very center, smack dab in the middle, we have a big, giant tree, which kind of is giving me some Tree of Life Yggdrasil vibes, and I'm not the only one who feels that way. So the first question I want to present to you is, why would Ambrosius not want us to come here? This is literally a tropical paradise. Like, he was very, he was like, hey, and with that dire warning out of the way, I'm out of here. But it's like, he was very adamant, do not fall. You might find yourself in a situation worse than death, for all we know. And it seemed like that was what he was erring towards. It's like, well, if you're telling us not to fall, that's probably like, we don't want to fall to our deaths or fall into like the great unknown or whatever. Or maybe this is his spot. Maybe this is where him and the boys come to chill on Saturdays. You know, Saturdays with the boys and all that. I don't know. But this isn't a part of Remnant. The Vaults are not a part of Remnant, which strikes an even bigger question because the humans were a product of Remnant. The relics were a product of, the humans were a product of the gods. I don't know if Remnant, the world, was a product either. Well, they did say this planet was a beautiful experiment. So I'm assuming they created the planet. I'm assuming they created everything that exists and everything that coexists within the planet, including like the people with magic and all that stuff. And then the second generation was kind of like the byproduct of the remnants that were left behind. You know, that's the entire thing they said. So it seems like this world is removed from all of that. Now, I want to present to you guys a theory. So first things first, we need to talk about Yang Xiaolong, because I mentioned this in the last discussion, but I'm going to try to jumble all of this together as a one cohesive theory-based video. So I've been of the mind for the last 3 weeks now, ever since Yang originally fell, I've been of the mind that Yang and the gang fell into the rabbit hole. And by the rabbit hole, I'm referring to Alice in Wonderland. Now, I'm referring to Alice in Wonderland because, again, for those of you who don't know, Yang's confirmed birthday as of last year's RTX is July 28th. Yes, it's a reference to her song, I Burn, you know, burning like the sun in the middle of July, even though July 28th is at the end of July, I digress. Her birthday is somewhat significant to, like, fairy tales because July 28th, 1951 is the year and date that Disney's Alice in Wonderland premiered in North America, July 28th, the same day as Yang's birthday. So if they did double down on Yang's double reference as Goldilocks and the Three Bears and Alice in Wonderland, and she was the first one to fall into this rabbit hole kind of situation, that's the first thing that I'm thinking of, that this is going to be somewhat of an Alice in Wonderland, you know, twisted alternate reality vibe where we're going to have, you know, the Ice Queen as the Queen of Hearts. We're going to have the Mad Hatter as Roman Torchwick. We're going to have the Cheshire Cat as Blake. We're going to have, you know, the Caterpillar as Ruby Rose or something like that. Like, we're gonna have a bunch of different parallels. Hell, the Cinder considers herself the Black Queen, so actually maybe Cinder will be the Queen of Hearts and Weiss will be the White Rabbit, you know, because she's, you know, the white is, it's part of her aesthetic. She's the W in RWBY that represents white. So there's a lot of like cool parallels that they can do for the Wizard of Oz. I'm not the Wizard of Oz. There's a lot of cool parallels that they can do for like the Alice in Wonderland stuff. If this is in fact the Wonderland aesthetic or vibe that they're going for, that's one theory. So my first theory, my initial gut instinct was saying Alice in Wonderland. That was until I saw this. This makes me feel like that might not be the case, but I'm hopefully optimistic. Now, for those of you who don't know, I've been beating this drum for the last year. Fairy Tales of Remnant is so important, it's not even funny. I really hope that RWBY is turning every single fairy tale in this book into an animated series or an animated episode when it comes out later this year, because it's so important. It really is. So, for those who don't know, also, we have to take these fairy tales with a grain of salt, because they are from the perspective of Ozpin, but I'm willing to believe anything that comes out of that man's mouth at this point. And these fairy tales are directly from him as a source. And so, Ozpin has lived longer than anyone. He's even said it himself that every fairy tale is based on some level of truth. So, he can spin a story here or there to kind of make it more appealing for a new generation of people to tell their kids when they go to bed or whatever, or for generations to come. But ultimately, I truly believe that I will gladly take most of these at like for what they are based on Ozpin's word. Or I will gravitate more towards them until new evidence is presented and I can make the distinction of what is true and what is not true. So, I don't know if you guys know this, but there are actually more than two gods. So there are two fairy tales in this book that reflect three gods. Oh, there's three stories technically that reflect three gods. So we have the god of, so one of the stories is of the brothers Grimm. So the god of light and the god of darkness. The story in the fairy tale book says that these two were actually one god who wasn't able to find an equal to him. So apparently he lived amongst many gods, wasn't able to find an equal. So what did he do? He used the power of destruction to create a second half. So through the power of destruction, he created a second being, and thus we have the god of light who creates and the god of darkness who destroys. And they're brothers, and then they decided to make humanity, and they decided to create and destroy and all that type of shit. That's a fairy tale. I don't know how much of that is true. We do know at the very least that the god of light and darkness is the true part, but we don't know anything prior to that. Were they originally one being beforehand, an original dragon, and then they split into a light and dark dragon? We don't know. But there is a third god. I don't know if you guys know that, but this book refers to a third god known as the god of animals. And this god was referenced in two fairy tales, The Shallow Sea and The Judgment of Faunus. Now, these two fairy tales are both polar opposite expressions of the origin of the Faunus. The Shallow Sea is a story that is told from the perspective of the Faunus to like their Faunus children. So the Shallow Sea is usually a story that are told by Faunus to Faunus kids in Menagerie. And then the Judgment of the Faunus is from the human's perspective of how humans view animals and the Faunus and all that kind of stuff. So it gives you both sides of a very awkward story because both of these don't line up to each other. So that's where, like, it's like, where's the truth? And that's where you have to kind of take it with a grain of salt. We're going to be focusing on the Shallow Sea. And we're going to be focusing on the Shallow Sea because, hold on, we're going to be focusing on the Shallow Sea because the first thing that we see in this shot, the first thing we hear is water. The second thing we see is like a beach line. So it seems like there is a sea some way somewhere. We have not seen the shallow sea in the show either. So that's another thing to take into consideration. Okay? One thing that I will say about this, and actually, the second thing I will say about this is that... Okay, hold on. Let me see. So, the second thing that I will say about this is that if you look closely, and I know this is like... You know what? I'm gonna maximize this just so I can emphasize this point, because this is kind of important. So, if you look closely, you can actually... Okay, I gotta close this. So if you look closely, and I'm going to emphasize this really quick. If you look closely, you can see these giant seashells. Now, I know that that's not like a big, like, who the fuck cares? They're just seashells. So we see one seashell to the right. We see, and then we see two giant seashells in the back. Okay, keep that in mind. All right. And I tell you to keep that in mind. Okay, hold on. I need to like realign this so I can keep everything smooth going. I just wanted to enhance that because it's kind of hard to see in its super small form. So I wanted to showcase that because in the shallow sea, they have this one shot of a giant seashell. I don't know if that's important, but I saw those giant seashells and I was like, oh shit, we saw that in the fairy tale. Holy fuck. I was like, this might be going somewhere. Okay, so that aside, that's another kind of thing. It's like, okay, the shallow sea, we have the giant seashells. We saw that in the fairy tale book as well. So here's the third thing. There is actually a third god known as the god of animals. So in the shallow sea fairy tale, and this is the artwork of the shallow sea. So in the shallow sea, the origin story is that humans originally found themselves out at sea looking for land, and they came across a mysterious island. And they wanted to get off the boat to go explore the island. And, you know, the god of animals led them to it. And jumping into the shallow sea, or jumping into the sea, it wasn't called the shallow sea until after this event. Jumping into the shallow sea caused those who to become uninhibited by shame, by judgment, by criticism, by feeling bad about being who they truly are. And it turned them into faunus. This is who they always were, but they were kind of like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They weren't who they truly wanted to be. They were kind of hiding amongst the crowd, or whatever you want to call it. And the reason why this is called the shallow sea is because the humans on the boat were too afraid to take a leap and to see who they truly were. And they immediately started judging these faunus for being freaks, for being, you know, I don't know, for being fake, for the god of animals turning them into something that they weren't. And the reason why it's called the shallow sea is because the god of animals literally says, wow, they judged you guys before even jumping into the water themselves. So it created this mindset that the humans were incredibly shallow to cast blame and cast judgment without experiencing it for themselves and really having a fair assessment of like what exactly was happening. He just thought like those shallow people just turned out on the god of animals and was like, oh, you turned them into faunus, you did this is your fault. And so the god of animals casted the people away, and the people that live here live here. Now, originally, I thought that this was an origin story to what eventually becomes Menagerie, because Menagerie is housed to mainly faunus. But now, I kind of feel like this might be the shallow sea island that they were referring to. Another thing that would be interesting is if this place is only inhabited by other faunus. That's why I feel like they didn't show Team RWBY. Because, like, what if one of them fell into the water? What if all of them fell in the water and every character in the next volume, or rather, as long as they're here, they are a faunus now? Yeah, it's kind of like they're being isekai'd. Yeah, they're being isekai'd at this point. But, like, that's kind of my initial mindset of, like, RWBY, Weiss, Blake, Yang, Neo, and John are now faunus on the shallow sea island, and they have to find the god of animals to help them. The god of animals is also showcased in the other storyline as well, the judgment of faunus, and it's from the perspective of how humans view animals, like they kill animals and stuff like that, and they see faunus as no different. So this was more of like how humans harshly judge things that they don't know. And the god of animals is kind of like, yo, I'm all about peace and tranquility and all that stuff, and y'all are kind of acting all reckless out here. So this was from the perspective of humans, and the shallow sea was from the perspective of the faunus. Now, I do think, so like I'm one of two minds of it, because it's like I really want it to be Alice in Wonderland, and it can be, right? Maybe they can blend the two together. Maybe this is just the shallow sea setting, but nothing else but we don't know anything else beyond that. It could just be the shallow sea setting with the themes of Alice in Wonderland, or it could very well be a combination. It could be the shallow sea, it could be Alice in Wonderland, and the girl who fell through the world. You know what I mean? Because the girl who fell through the world storyline, which is again why I compared it to Yang, who was the first girl to fall through into this world, and she's Alice in Wonderland, following the rabbit and, you know, falling down the rabbit hole comparison. That girl went to a new world, a magical place, but she eventually came back to Remnant and was a changed person after her experience. So my initial thing was that like Yang would fall through this world and she would be trapped in a specific time period where time flows differently than on Remnant. And then when Weiss, Blake, I didn't know everybody else was going to fall through too, but 5 other people fall through, or 4 or 5 other people fall through, and now they're all falling through here. I thought that each person would be thrown in here at a different time period. So when Ruby and Blake fall through, it's already been like a year for Yang. And then when Blake, you know, when Weiss falls through and John fall through, 2 years have passed in this realm. You know what I mean? And it's all based on time differentiation between each character. And now they all have to find each other. But I do think that this might be the girl who fell through the world. This might be them. That girl might still be in this world or come back to this world or something. It could be the god of animals, that we might now know this third party deity that's completely devoid of the god of light and the god of darkness, but the god of faunus. I would say more so the god of faunus. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the shallow sea. I would not be surprised if we have some characters who have faunus characteristics, and Blake is just, and they just pull a Blake. They're like I don't know, like now Blake gets to make the animal jokes or something like that because she's always the faunus. I don't know. I know there's a lot of harebrained schemes and theory crafting going on, but I think that's what makes this reveal so exciting. And then on top of that, right? And then on top of all of that, hold on. And then on top of all that, so you have the twisted trees too, the giant seashells. Like, this generally reminds me of like the island setting that was referenced to in the fairy tale in the world of Remnant. And another thing, if it is the shallow sea, it makes so much sense that they want to animate this book with all of the fairy tales before volume 9, before we get that confirmation. Because some of these fairy tales, like, we only have these small little images and pictures to go off of. But if they animate it and they actually show what the shallow sea looks like and the island and what that looks like, that can be more definitive evidence to support some of these theories. Or maybe the opposite of it. And maybe they'll add some others too, because the girl who fell through the world isn't in this book. So maybe they'll animate that and talk about that, because that was referenced in volume 9. But this seems like a World Tree Yggdrasil thing, so we have some Norse mythology thrown in there too. I don't know if that's going to be relevant by the end of the show or whatever, or by the end of this next volume. But yeah, so we have so I'm getting Alice in Wonderland vibes. I'm getting the Shallow Sea vibes. I'm getting the God of Animals vibes. I'm getting Yggdrasil vibes. I'm getting Team RWBY and Company turning into Faunus vibes if this is in fact the Shallow Sea, based on all the context clues that I just presented. But yeah, do you guys think that's crazy? Are any of you guys on board with this? Do you guys feel like none of that shit that I said is going to happen? There's a lot of implications. And here's another thing too. This is the most exciting part. Miles said that this volume is going to be going to have a very different vibe. And I think he says that, and I think the implication there is that this is a new universe. Not a universe, but this seems like a new dimension. It seems like this world could very well be detached from any properties or physics or anything that we know from Remnant. No Grim, no aura, no semblances. We don't know We don't know anything about this place, and thus we have to apply it. We have to think about it somewhat differently. We can't just go into it thinking, oh, well, we have to just assume that things here, like, this is off of a fucking different time zone in a pocket dimension that's not even a part of Remnant like the vaults are. And what if Ozpin just threw the fucking relic of choice off the ledge? Like, just threw it into the abyss, and it's somewhere in one of these pocket dimension universes, you know? I just thought of that, actually. That would be really hard for Salem to find. Anybody to find. Unless you were at the right place. Unless you were actually here. You know? That's the only other thing I can think of. You know? Whereas all of the other relics are actually in locked doors that you need a key to unlock. This one, he would simply do what Ambrosius did. He made a pocket dimension. He made a central location. He went into that central location. And that's why I think Ozpin probably had more of a hand in labeling out that plan for them, because everyone thinks that Team RWBY and company just thought of all this shit themselves. But, like, using the vaults, using the central location, all that, like, Team RWBY was telling Ambrosius that, but everybody in that room was a part of the plan. So who knows how much Ozpin, like, nudged them in a specific direction, like, hey, maybe you should do this. So maybe Ozpin made a central location one day and was like, they'll never find the relic if they never come to this location. And he just chucks it off the fucking into the void. And he's like, all right, that's a done deal. No one will ever discover this place or come here or whatever. And the only way you would know that that's here is if you ended up coming here. And I really hope the Relic of Choice is not in Volume 9. And if it is, these motherfuckers better leave it there and not touch it. That's all I'm saying. Oh, man. If that actually is the truth, yeah. Literally, one of these theories have to come true. I really, really hope that's the case, because I'm literally working all my fucking brain power right now for this shit. I'm like, Alice in Wonderland, the Yggdrasil World Tree, everyone's a Faunus, the Relic of Choice is here. The god of animals, the shallow sea, fucking, something has to be right. Like, one of these things has to come true. Either that, or I'm literally the worst RWBY fan to ever disgrace the platform and the community and the fandom and theory crafters all around, and I should be stopped. Yeah, imagine none of this comes true. I'm just washed up, guys. I'm gonna turn in the towel. I'm not made for theory crafting. I'm made for popping off and talking about an episode for 5 hours. But, you know, everything else, that's way above my pay grade. I don't get paid enough to do this. Oh boy, oh boy. But yeah, that's my theory. That's what I think. I think it's relevant to the Faunus, the Shallow Sea, the girl who fell to the world, Alice in Wonderland. You know, the relic of choice, and even if it's not here, I think him putting it in one of these pocket dimensions kind of still checks out. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe the vault itself isn't, you know, because he said the vault under the school, but that wasn't the vault that he was talking about, because, I mean, Amber was technically there as the Fall Maiden, but there was no indication that there was a vault like the other ones or a relic around. It was just literally a long corridor and like a freaking science experiment at the end of it. So, you know, maybe that was what he was referring to. He's like, I made the last relic a bit more, he said he made the last relic a bit more challenging to find than at the other schools. And now that we know that shit like this exists, who's to say he didn't throw it in one of these places or hand it off to one of these third-party gods who has nothing to do with the god of light and darkness. Yeah, a lot of interesting parallels, a lot of interesting thought pieces here that I came across. But ultimately, and again, the seashell and the giant seashells on the shore, that's like the biggest like red flag for me. I'm like, come on, man. Like, how do you expect me to see this and not make the comparison? On top of the fact that it seems like it's on an island. On top of the fact that you hear the waves crashing into the shoreline at the same time. Like, I really do think it's more like the Shallow Sea, but I prefer the Shallow Sea setting. I prefer the Shallow Sea setting with the themes of Alice in Wonderland, with the fairy tale of the girl who fell through the world, featuring the god of animals. Just so I can have everything. But yeah, that's my theory. That's what I'm sticking to. I think it's pretty foolproof for the most part. If anyone disagrees, well, you're probably just wrong. But ultimately, this was a really, really, really interesting and really exciting end credit scene that's going to have a lot of people theory crafting for a really long time if they haven't already. And I hope whatever comes out of the Fairy Tales of Remnant that's animated will give us more context to a place like this, maybe. Again, if it is the girl who fell through the world, if it is the shallow sea, the animation will give us a lot more to go off of than what we're kind of, you know, grasping at with the straws and whatnot. But I really do think that there's a lot more here than meets the eye. The twisted trees are a really cool aesthetic choice as well. And yeah, we have Team RWBY, Neo and Jean here. And I don't know, anything can happen. Obligatory beach episode, Jean harem episode, Neo trying to kill everybody in the jungle like a freaking like a woman version of Tarzan. Like, a lot of things can happen. I'm looking forward to it. Bathing suits, please. Where are they gonna get bathing suits? They don't have the relic of choice. They just can't make bathing suits. A filler season? I think everything's important. I don't think there's much thing as filler in this show. If anything's filler, I consider everything to be important. If anything's, I think the most filler the show has presented has definitely been like the World of Remnants, because some of them are obsolete now. But yeah. Jesus, man, it's so fucking late. Oh boy. Okay. But yeah, that's everything, guys. That's the full-on live stream discussion. I'm so fucking mad that this discussion was cut in half, because it kind of invalidates like the full watch time, but I think I've been going for like 6 hours, maybe. Kind of, sort of. I just need a minute. I'm like super exhausted. I'm just taking a breather because it's over. Like, I don't have to talk. I mean, I still have to go through super chats and the poll and what else do I have to do? Oh, the cat in the hat. Yeah, I still have to do all those. But yeah, so discussion is over. I really appreciate you guys hanging out and tuning in for the finale discussion. I'm sorry if it was longer than what some of y'all were expecting. There's going to be 2 parts out tomorrow or tonight, maybe, before I go to bed. I also have to do my Genshin Impact dailies before I go to sleep, too. Fuck, I should have did that earlier today. And I still have to eat dinner. Oh, my God. Ah! But yeah, slow mode off. I cannot turn off slow mode, because if I turn off slow mode, it deletes my super chat. So I do apologize. Don't blame me, blame YouTube. But yeah, so give me a second. I'm going to post the polls first, actually. I'm going to post the polls first, just because in the time that it takes for me to get through all these super chats, people could already be voting and doing all that kind of stuff. The cat in the hat will be the very last thing I do before I end stream. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I got the super chats that were deleted from the first half. All right, so let's do the polls first, all right? So, camera, wait. Gaming? Nope. Hold on. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so welcome. Oh, okay, so this was last week's polls. So we didn't do the week before, so I'm not gonna double over. This is the longest live stream discussion. I agree. I believe it. I don't even need evidence. I'm gonna take your word for it. Welcome. Okay, so last week's poll was about the second round with the fruits. We had the strawberries, pineapples, mangoes, and peaches, and the poll is now closed on Twitter. We had 47.1% strawberry, Strawberry on top, where they belong. Yeah, and then following that, we have mangoes at 22%, pineapples at 16.8, and peaches at /pears at 14.1. That was by 1,366 votes. And on the YouTube side of things, 11,000 turnout. Pretty much the same results. I was able to switch peaches and pears because YouTube allows for 5 options, whereas Twitter only allows for 4. So yeah, like if anything, pears are probably at the bottom. And most of the results here, this 14%, I would go ahead and say that 10% is actually, I'd say like 7% based on the turnout here versus the turnout. Like the turnouts are basically the same. It's just a bigger view count, a voter count rather. So strawberries, mangoes, pineapples, peaches, pears, the exact same thing as before. Yeah, and the comments are pretty good too. I literally put all of these I put all of this in a bowl for a fruit salad because I can't choose. That's really clever. I like that. So, for today's poll, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Season 2 finale of the Opinionated Pointless Polls. It's been a blast serving these questions every week, and I thank you all for participating. For the final poll question, what is your favorite form of entertainment? Video games, animation, which is anything that's in an anime or cartoon aesthetic, real life TV shows or movies, so anything like live action or with like real people, real actors and actresses. Anything that's like a cartoon movie or an anime movie would go under animation. And then books, manga, or comics. So that's going up on Twitter. And that is also going up on YouTube. Have fun. And I'll let you guys know the results next year. Or for Volume 9, I guess we'll find out the results there for that. No, I do not pick all of the above. I'm not above. I do not like having people be fence sitters. You gotta choose one. No, not all of the above. I asked what's your favorite one, which means you have to choose who your favorite child is, okay? I'm literally asking you to choose your favorite child. And no, I'm not, I don't feel bad about that either. Video games are winning right now, by the way. I mean, video games are well, it's 80. Yeah, it's actually 80 votes. So, that's still too early to tell. Feel bad for all the TV oh my god, movies and TV. Who watches TV, by the way? I haven't watched TV in like 10 years. Like, no cap. I stopped watching TV before I graduated high school. And I graduated high school over 10 years. I graduated high school 10 years ago last year. This year makes 11. I'm old. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't watch TV. I do everything online. Like, I watch, like, Crunchyroll and YouTube and Netflix. I don't consider that television, though. Like, I consider television, like, cable TV. Like, news, like, networks and broadcast, like, scheduled programs and stuff like that. I don't watch anything that I don't want to watch anymore. I still do. Yeah, Cal does too. I don't know, it's a household thing. I live alone too, so I would never watch TV of my own volition. I would only ever watch TV if someone else in the room was watching television. But yeah, I haven't watched TV in it. I've literally swapped TV for like YouTube and Twitch. And more recently Netflix. For things like The Witcher and Bridgerton and Beastars and Snowpiercer, stuff like that. Yeah, my mom still watches television, like cable TV, because like she's indifferent. Like she just wants something on. She doesn't even really like pay attention to what's on. She just needs like white noise. So she'll just have like cable TV, and I'm like, Ma, you're literally wasting money. Like, you can do that with Netflix or YouTube. But my mom doesn't really know how the internet works, so I don't blame her. I have never seen Stranger Things, no. Also, by the way, I literally started using Netflix like last year. Like The Witcher was the first thing that I watched on Netflix. Like ever. So yeah, most of my experiences with entertainment, yeah, the discussion is over. Yeah, we're getting in. I'm reading off super chats, and then we're gonna read Cat in the Hat, and then that will do it. So probably like another 20 minutes or so. Let your mom use your YouTube videos as white noise, LOL. Yeah, imagine I'm just like, Ma, just keep putting my videos on loop. And then like in the middle of the night, she just keeps waking up because I'm screaming at the top of my lungs because, you know, RWBY and the gang's fighting Tyrion in Volume 4. Or, you know, there's a badass fight in the first chapter of Volume, I don't know, Volume 7. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know what I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Anyways, let's get through some of these. Let's get through the rest of these super chats so I can end off the stream. I really, really, really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in whenever you guys do. Year over year has been fantastic, and I really appreciate the support. I'm going to get through the last bit of these. I'm going to start with the ones that were in the first half, because obviously I want to do this in order. Also, Asher, you normally done streaming before I get out of work. You're going hard tonight, man. Nice job. Yeah, thanks, Asher. Yeah, first off, my stream cut off halfway through, so that wasn't fun. So I had to like re-up and restart and pick up where I left off. But yeah, there was also a lot to talk about. This is one of the biggest finales of the series, and there's a lot of stuff to talk about, especially like the end credit scene. So yeah, I'm working overtime right now. But I mean, you know, go big or go home. Just because it's the finale doesn't mean I'm going to pull any punches. I still have a lot to say, and I can still ramble till the cows come home. So yeah, anyways, let's get through some. I'm going to read some of these off because I feel like I read through some of them. So I apologize if I hadn't. Okay. So let's see. Momo Angel, this happened in the first, wait, hold on. This happened in the first chapter of the volume. I don't understand the context. I apologize. See, that's a problem with some of these super chats. I have to like kind of put my mind where I think that comment would have been made, but I appreciate it all the same. I'm just really, really sorry if like, there was over 1,000 people, like 1,400 people. I'm sorry. I can't keep, it's hard to keep up. It really is. Like, I still have some of the regular donations that were on screen that I have to get through as well. So I just hope you guys don't take offense to that. I'm trying. Pocket Doom, thank you for the $5 super chat. Penny lost, oh boy, Penny lost her plot armor when she lost her literal robot armor to become human. Yeah, I mean, she didn't lose her plot armor, like, because she was still, that plot armor was still under, like, she never had plot armor because the virus would have killed her. So the armor you're referring to still didn't protect her from dying because she was about to. And then she lost her armor to then be more vulnerable because she was vulnerable whether she was a robot or a human. So, yeah. Let's just go with that. Thank you for the super chat. Joseph Frazier. Arnold, we're losing you. Yeah, you lost me, buddy. I'm sorry, but I appreciate it. Speaking of Crescent Rose, she used it in a War Scythe configuration last episode. Oh, you mean like the full, like the almost like the Lancer version? Yeah, Crow's done that a couple times too. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but it wasn't like completely like curved. It was like, you know, she used it as like a thrusting maneuver. She's done that a couple times too, I think. In other parts of the show. Like in Volume 2, she like unhinged it and she like whacked all the White Fang guys off of the train in Volume 2. Yeah, so it was like the scythe spear is what some people call it. Yeah, Crow held his sights like Tonfa's against Tyrion. Yeah, that was pretty badass. I remember that last volume. Rock Slide, thank you for the super chat. The Pro at Night. Bruh, if they kill a member of Team RWBY, blah, 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 I might cry a bit. Yang falling off didn't faze me, but if they kill my girl Neo, oh boy, I'll cancel my subscription to Rooster Teeth. First time donating to you, by the way. Well, first off, I feel really bad that that's the first time you donated because it took me getting to the end of the stream to respond to it. So I don't know if you're still here, but I really, really do appreciate it. I just don't want people to feel like, especially first-time donors, I don't want them to feel like they're being ignored. It's just really hard for me sometimes. Like, the only other thing I can think of is just turning super chats off just so I don't have to feel guilty about having to, like, put these off to the end of the stream. But at the same time, I have the timestamps, and I have the moments where if someone wants to come back and see if I mentioned it, or if I, you know, read out their super chat, which 9 times out of 10 I try to do, hopefully they do that and at least see that I do acknowledge their support. So the Pro at Night, thank you very much. Sins of the Last Dawn. Yo, that's just like Dark Souls PvP. I don't get the reference. I'm sorry. I don't remember when this comment was made. I'm sorry. And this is in the first half, too. I've been going for 6 hours. God. Oh, Aura? Is that what he's referring to? Like Dark Souls PvP, like the Aura? I think. RCF. RCF, thank you for the super chat. Big stretch, but if Summer is the Summer Maiden, 2 maidens match the names now. And might explain Raven as the maiden because of rivalry. Well, here's the thing. Winter wasn't always the maiden. Like, she just became the maiden. So I don't know if Destiny is going to line up with that fact. Also, Vernal meant spring, but that was, like, to subvert expectations. Like, everyone was like, oh, well, she had, like, you know what I mean? Like, even Raven said it herself. She was like, oh, a disgraced Elysian scientist, 2 kids you've tricked into following you, and a fall maiden with a surname so perfect she probably picked it herself. So you can apply that to Winter. Like, Winter Schnee is the Winter Maiden. You could almost say she picked it herself for that reason, you know? And Vernal would have been the same thing. Vernal means spring, and she would have been the Spring Maiden, but they baited you with Raven. But we don't know the name of the previous person, like the previous Spring Maiden that Raven killed to get the power. So there's that as well. Ironwood did pick Winter, so I guess that's a technicality. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think Summer is the Summer Maiden, though. I think Summer is literally like a Grimhound somewhere in the world of Remnant, just chilling, because I don't think she died. Or not in the ways that we think. Okay, so I responded to that. Okay, so some of these I did respond to, which is good, because I wasn't completely awful in following up with that. Cinder is not going to kill Raven. Okay, I answered that. Wow, look at that. I did get through a bunch of these. MLX Plays, this was a rough episode to have air on my birthday. Oh, I read that too, Pog. Dude, I wasn't all too bad. It wasn't until, like, the end of the stream that I started falling off with some of these. Brandon, I responded to yours. On side note, Weiss has incredible dual. Yeah, so I mentioned that. I was like, she was dual wielding. She was dual wielding Martinaster and Gamble Shroud. So she's technically like White Rose. I'm sorry, White Rose. Checkmate confirmed. And Checkmate was the last episode of the volume. Checkmate confirmed. I'm calling it. Just saying, I'm calling it. Lord Jarek, thank you for the $20 super chat. Honestly, I don't feel Neo is going... Oh, I read that one too. Let's go. Okay, so I just have to start reading these to realize that I've read them already. I don't want to just jump the gun and assume I've read them already. Sorry, but when I saw Vine's death, all I could think of was Flubber, and I couldn't help but laugh. Jabber, Vera Reddy? I think that's how you say that. Vararet. Lycon Zeros. Vine is a silent friend who you think is just an acquaintance until they bail you out of jail and take you off your drunken mess and take your drunken mess out of the blue. Oh boy. Yeah, Vine was the homie. Vine was real. I appreciated him. Chungus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Do you think the lack of sympathy thrown Ironwood's way from other characters took away from his character? Also, do you think he survived the Atlas Fall? So I did mention that, like, no body, no death. I think Ironwood dying like that would almost be like, it's almost underwhelming. So there's a chance that he survived, I think, before the fall, before like the impact, before like it made contact with Mantle, and obviously before the water rushed in. There's a chance that he survived. And if he did, we probably won't see him for a while. Who knows? Do you think the lack of sympathy thrown Ironwood's way from every character took away from his character? I don't think so. I think the fact that Ironwood lacked any sympathy for the people of Mantle, and the fact that he was just so gung-ho in getting his way that he was willing to do Salem's job for her. It's like, you don't have to kill the people of Mantle, Salem. I'll do it for you. I just think Ironwood had shown very little remorse or even sympathy for the fact that everyone was so up his ass about, like, Mantle. Like, if you just showed a little bit of compassion for these people, things wouldn't have gone to shit as much as they did. If you weren't so adamant about abandoning them when you know they're defenseless, when your plan isn't a guarantee, because once you take the staff out, there was nothing saying that Salem couldn't go up there and follow them. Like, who's to say that? Like, if you can go up there, why can't she? Especially since she has a Whale Grim. Like, why wouldn't the Whale Grim be able to go up there and follow you? You know? So his plan wasn't exactly foolproof. And so, you know, like, but it guaranteed that Mantle died with all of the people. At the very least, Team RWBY subverted that happening at the cost of the relic, but they didn't sacrifice their humanity to do it. So, again, I think Ironwood just kind of, like, let things get to his head to the point where he wasn't even in his right mindset. And I'm not even talking about his semblance. I'm just simply stating, like, logically speaking, he became his own worst enemy. That's how you have to look at Ironwood as a character this volume. And it's that level of fear that Ozpin was very apprehensive towards in the Beacon arc, and it kind of like took hold as time and time went on. I already made a video about this, talking about the semblance, talking about Ironwood's tragic fall from grace. I think I've illustrated all the points that I think I've needed to like, for my case of why I think Ironwood's development has been fascinating. It has been, but at the same time, like, he wasn't out to kill anybody. Like, he wasn't like, I'm a villain, so that's why I kill people. It was, I have to stoop to this level in order to force the protagonist's hands to get what I want. Otherwise, nothing is going to get done. So he just stooped too low. You know, in my opinion, I think that's honestly what it is. He stooped even lower than the villains to an extent. I mean, maybe to their level. I wouldn't say lower than. Like, Hazel was always like a middle ground. Like, he turned Co anyway. So for Hazel, I don't think it was very much like Hazel wasn't really as much of an antagonist as someone like Cinder or Tyrion. So yeah. Hey, that one weirdo, thank you so much for tuning in. You have yourself a good night. Sleep tight. Oh, empathy am I looking? Okay, was I looking for empathy? I said sympathy by mistake. Oh boy. I think Cal's probably already sleeping right now. Yeah. It's almost 1 o'clock. Jesus Christ. Guys, I need to be stopped. Like, no one's gonna watch this, dude. No one's gonna watch this live stream discussion. This is insane. How about Winter becoming the Winter Maiden? Hey, it was great. I loved it. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. I mean, I talked about it already, so I don't feel too bad about overlapping that if they were here to hear my thoughts on that. Love your content. My heart collapsed when Vine died. He was my favorite of the group. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. Blame Harriet. It's unfortunate, dude. Skylar Ninja, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Paige Moore, thank you for the super chat. Harriet, I'ma have an arc. I'ma have an arc Vine. I'ma head out. It's kind of hard to translate that in text, but I get what you mean. Yeah, unfortunate. Harley Brook. Crow's semblance evolving here, though. My boy... Wait. Crow's semblance evolving here, though. My boy Vine. Oh, okay. So those are two separate comments. So you're a fan of Vine, and you're wondering if Crow's semblance was evolving. Yeah, it could potentially be evolving, because he's finally, like, looking at it from a different perspective. Damn, it sucks that it really sucks that Marrow's aura got knocked out before all that happened, because Marrow could have helped out a lot with that whole situation, actually. All right. Blake's first time fighting Cinder, and she landed a hit. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Harley, actually. It's pretty badass of her. Ald Noah donated last stream. Can't say enough about your great content. I want to say, will Neo join Ruby's side? Will she form temporary alliance? Or be on her own, considering she's in the void with Team RWBY and Jean? We talked about that earlier, Ald Noah, but yeah, I think she is going to be a third party, personally. It just seems too weird to me that Neo would just be like, all right, I'm gonna join you guys now. I gave you guys a bunch of shit, sure, but Cinder's proven that I was on the wrong side after all. I feel betrayed. We have a common enemy. We need to work together. I think it would be better if she just admits that, okay, maybe she went after RWBY blindly based on Cinder's insistence. But this is for Neo to deal with. And maybe it will be temporary so she can get something out of Team RWBY to put herself in a position to get the maiden powers to then go up against Cinder whenever that time comes, hopefully. I'm about to head out and play Warzone. This was an awesome discussion. Can't wait for the next Volume 9. Hope to see bikinis in the episode. C. Cruz, thank you so much for the support, buddy. You have yourself a good night. Thank you for tuning in. Enjoy Warzone. Enjoy. All right, let's see. Oh, boy, there's so many. Okay, so we did that one. I don't play video games anymore. Unfortunate. Don't want to get carpal tunnel syndrome at my young youth. Oh, don't want to get carpal tunnel at my young age, especially from my profession. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. I never considered that, but I crack my knuckles all the time. I've been playing video games since I was 3. So, yeah, like, fortunately for me, like, I can't do anything else very well. When I type on a keyboard, by the way, I only type using these 2 fingers, and I can type without looking at the keyboard. Like, I'll do it right now. I mean, there's no proof that I'm typing with 2 hands, but you guys are just going to have to take my word for it. So I need to just look where my hands are placed initially on the keyboard. So I'm going to type, this was a great volume. Okay, so this was a, wait. Great It takes a while. It takes a while because, like, okay, you know, I can't do that. Yeah, I only type with these 2 fingers. But, like, if I get the rhythm going, like, if I wasn't under so much pressure from streaming. Okay, I'm gonna say, thanks for watching the stream. So, okay, I really wish you guys could see, like, my face and the thing. So, I just need to know where my hands are placed. Okay, this was a great stream. Thanks for watching. Okay, I fucked that up a little bit. The watching part I fucked up. But yeah, like if I'm in the zone, like I can literally just type with 2 fingers. Like I've typed with 2 fingers for so long that I know the distance between one key and the other just based on like distance, and that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And yeah, I got a B in typing in school because I can't type like this. Like hands on the key, like A S D F G L M L J K M semicolon, and your thumbs on the spit. Get that shit out of my face. I can't do that. I don't do that. I refuse to do that. I can't play a piano. I can't use chopsticks because like my hands are stupid. Like I can't do, like, the only thing I know how to do good with my hands is freaking just play video games, I guess, amongst other things. And that's not what you think either. You know that episode of Futurama where Fry can't play the freaking instrument well because he has stupid hands, and he has to like make a deal with the devil to get his hands so that way he can play the thing so he can win over like Leela's affection? That's literally my plot. I'm Philip J. Fry in that moment. I can't do anything because like if you need perfect hand form, it's just like it takes everything in my power like to move my ring finger on this hand without letting the other hands move. Like I have to actively like try not to move any other finger, and it's just so hard to do. So yeah, anyways. That's why it takes me forever to type things out too, by the way, because I can't type as fast as I can think. Like Cal can type without looking, and she types literally like her thoughts literally onto her fingers onto the computer. Like me, I have to think about what I say and then I type it out. But like that's why I feel like I'm not good at like scripting and all that, because it takes way too fucking long for a thought to hit my finger, to hit the typewriter, to hit the keyboard, to go on the page. It's awful. Anyways, let's get back to these super chats. I'm distracting myself. Jesus. Okay, so a lot of these I actually read. A lot of the ones in the first half. So that's good. Let's see. Redheads and carrot tops are cursed in the show. Oh, boy. Is that what we're calling them? Carrot tops? Really? Oh, boy. Jesus. $5 for you and Cherkun's mental health. Pour one out. All she wanted to do was study at Beacon, and it was just like Beacon again. Yep. I always wonder what Penny's plan was to stay. You know what I mean? Like, remember in Volume 3, she was like, you know, Ruby, there's something I want to talk to you about. I want to stay at Beacon. They'll never let you do that. Don't worry, I have a plan. I wonder what her plan was. I wish we could have found that out. And no, I don't think her plan was to get hacked to bits so her corpse stays in Beacon. I literally think she herself had a plan to stay at Beacon. I always wish that. I always wish we found out what that was. Happy to join the last stream. Emizy, I think that's how you say it. Thank you for the super chat. Happy to join the last stream. Shout out to Aaron for getting the job at RWBY. Super proud of them. Excited to see their credit for Volume 9. Yeah, so we talked about that earlier. I'm super excited for them as well. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Anyone notice that Cinder okay, we talked about that one. All right, we talked about that one. If Ambrosius was Merlin, could the spirit of the Sword of the Staff, could the spirit of the Sword of Destruction be based on Morgan DeFay or Mordred? I don't understand I do know that Ambrosius is a reference to Merlin, so maybe. Like, I thought Jin was more of a reference to the genie because she was in a lamp, and Ambrosius is a reference to Merlin. You know, not necessarily. He's less of like a genie because he doesn't grant like wishes or ask 3 questions. So maybe it could be. We'll have to wait and see. Black Omen, yes, I did respond to your super chat earlier. Thank you very much. Tobias, Vacuo now has the only functioning academy. Not for long, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, not for long. Thank you for the super chat. Joseph Frazier, thank you for the super chat. This episode left me devastated. I cried during the warning. I cried for Pyrrha, but I was sobbing when Team RWBY fell. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope my reaction tomorrow, it was pretty tragic. Like, I was a mess too, so I definitely feel you. Shady Spot. First, Penny's song killed me. Second, I know this is probably a crack theory, but I for some reason got vibes of the Shallow Sea fairy tale from the book in the end scene. Hey, there are some believers out there, chat. Actually, some believers. Does he check YouTube live stream? You mean, do I check like the live chat? Yes, I do. I am currently reading off all the super chats that I didn't respond to in the first half of the stream before I got cut out. So that's what I'm doing right now. Let's see. LMAO, damn, it was a Madagascar reference. Oh, yeah, so another thing, too, a lot of people look at this scene with, like, the island and stuff, and they immediately compare it to Madagascar. So, yeah. That was, I've never seen... What else is new, right? I've never seen Madagascar. Anyways, that's also a kids show, and I was like a young adult by the time that I think I was like 16, 17, 18 when that came out, so I probably wasn't even. I was like, nah, this ain't for me. Maybe I'll watch it when I have kids at this point. I'll just watch all the shows with my kids that I never grew up watching because I was a deprived young child. That's a poor excuse. What? I'm just saying, I was too busy playing video games as a kid. Like, if I wasn't watching a movie or a cartoon or a TV show or reading a book, it was because I was playing a video game. And I played a lot of video games as a kid on the PS1, the PS2, the GameCube. Those are probably my most played video games, my most played consoles. And the Xbox 360, I played the shit out of that. And then by the time I became an adult, I bought, like, I went halves on my first PS4. So, and then, like, the PS5 is the first one that I ever bought day one with my own money. Please watch it. There's 3 movies. Oh. Yeah, let me add that to the laundry list of things that I'm supposed to watch that chat is pressuring me into what? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's a cheap excuse, but I have nothing against watching movies. I just don't know what it was. I don't know. I felt like most of my investment as a youth was video games. When I finished my homework, I played video games. On the weekend, I played video games. When I went to my dad's house on the weekend, I spent time with him and my stepmom and my siblings, and I played video games there. Like, video games was my medium. It wasn't comic books. It wasn't manga. It wasn't anime for a while. Well, anime on and off, but video games have always been a constant. And to me, watching a cartoon or a movie, I know that that's an investment, and I also have to weigh the option. Do I want to create another investment that's going to take me away from the experiences I'm already enjoying, right? The Ratchet and Clanks, the Jack and Daxters, the Kingdom Hearts, the RPGs, the Call of Duties, the Halos, the Gears of Wars, the Tales ofs, there were just so many of those experiences that I felt had a much bigger impact on my life, not to mention the fact that my dad got me into video games. So to me, I was always like, that was always something that we did together. And when he passed away, that's something that I continue to do because of him. And, the friends I make and all that stuff. So I think video games are just always going to be number one in my heart. And I'll always put playing an interesting game over watching a compelling movie or reading a book or something like that. The investment is, I think, a lot lower in the end, like end goal, unless it's something like Persona 5 or whatever, that's like hundreds of hours long. But yeah, like, I'm a slow reader too, so if I put effort into reading a book, I would finish a video game a lot sooner than I would read a book. Like a 20-hour game or something like that. So yeah. That's just me. I used to be good about anime, but over the last few years, especially after RWBY Volume 3, I kind of just almost completely fell off of anime because I've always wanted to do something with anime on my channel. And so for me, watching something on my own is almost like sacrificing potential content. So that's also the struggle of being a content creator. I look at everything as content. I look at potential games that I can stream or shows that I can react to or, stuff like that. And that also creates an issue where I'm picking and choosing things instead of just going through with it like I did before I was ever a content creator, But yeah, I'm going to read the Genshin Impact books because that's video game related. And apparently that's more important than real world books in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I hold nothing against, like, movies or TV shows or books or comics or whatever. It's just, there's not enough time in a day, If I could live several lifetimes, I would experience everything. But, you only live once. You got to pick and choose. And I think someday when things aren't as hectic, when I have a guaranteed future, when I am able to work my ass off now so I can relax in 20 years... Maybe I'll, go down the rabbit hole of picking up on all the things that I didn't experience when I was younger, but I'll still have a chance to. Dan, you have yourself a good night, buddy. Thank you for hanging out for as long as you have. You're monologuing. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm talking to you guys. Come on now. But yeah, anyways. We kind of went down the rabbit hole of Madagascar and why I don't watch it and why I haven't watched all these movies, and I just kind of went a little, I just kind of like took an internal trip down my psyche. Simply Better, poor Jean, the horror. Yeah, I feel so bad. Jean's gonna be a mess. With Jean's sword destroyed and we're heading to an Alice in Wonderland style place, do you think he's getting the RWBY equivalent of the Vorpal sword? That's fucking sick, and I hope that happens. I was talking about Alice Madness Returns last week, and how I love that game. That's like one of my favorite games of all time. and that's like a twisted, dark Alice in Wonderland video game that I recommend you play if you haven't already. It's so fucking good, especially if you like Alice in Wonderland. And the main weapon in that game, or one of the first weapons you get in the game, is the Vorpal Blade, and you see like the Jabberwocky that it was used to kill. You see the Jabberwocky that was killed by it when you pick it up. So yeah, I think that'd be super badass. I'd really like that. Chris V, hey Arnold, hope you're having a good day. I know I am, since it's my birthday today. Turned 29, just one more year, and I'm officially old. So this is low-key my birthday stream, LOL. Yo, Chris, I don't know if you're still in here. I know he was wanting me to read this out at some point. That's great to hear. Happy birthday. 29, eh? I was 29 a couple years ago. But yeah, happy birthday. I hope you enjoyed the stream for as long as you were here. Hopefully you come back and see that I read your super chat. That'd be great. But yeah, happy birthday. I hope you managed to make the most of it. Hope there was cake involved. I hope my stream was entertaining and enjoyable for you today. But yeah, happy belated birthday. Or, I mean, it's midnight my time now, so it's already past your birthday. But happy belated birthday. Malcolm, for a quick second, I thought Jean was going to get the power since he was since he struck the last blow. I guess it's impossible. He's a guy. Only goes to maidens. Yeah, Cinder's like, where'd the power go? And it's like, it only goes to young women. Who's in the maiden's final thoughts. We need a RWBY Chibi episode now, a skit where like the power accidentally goes to Jean. I don't know, because he's dressing up and he's like doing dress up and stuff, or his sisters put his hair into pigtails and the magic got confused. Oh boy. Yeah, she said it again. Where's the power? She said that to Raven as well. It's like right here, and then you just get knocked out. It's like, Cinder, why don't you just manage to get the power the first time so you don't have to ask where it is all the time? Do you think those who fell will be split up by where they fell? Yang by herself, Ruby, Blake, and Neo, Jean and Weiss. Also, you have to consider the people that fell off the side that, like, are just nobody characters. They could possibly be there as well if they didn't die from the impact of Cinder's explosion initially. But, yeah, I do think maybe everyone might be a little split up. It would be weird if they all just landed in the same spot, especially since they all fell off at different locations from the void. So, you know, there's that to consider, too. Cinder failed again. I mean, she failed her short-term goal of getting all the maiden powers, but she took a dub. She took a dub home for the villains, for sure. Let's see. The saddest part is that Pietro never saw Penny again after she got hacked. Yeah, Potato J, we talked about that too. It's gonna suck because he's probably gonna feel hopeful that he can recreate her, but she is gone. Pretty sure she herself is gone. Personally, I'm kind of hoping that the size of the cast gets a bit scaled down next volume. I'd love to see a huge chunk of the volume just focus on Team RWBY, especially with that end credit scene. Tyler Gamola, thank you for the super chat. I agree. We talked about that. I would like to have just a Team RWBY centered focused volume on the island, but I don't want it to take away from when we go back up. It just time skips us for everything that happened in Vacuo during that time. Let's see. Hey, Zach Feifel, thank you for the additional super chat. Hey, I hope you're doing well. I didn't like Penny coming back in Volume 7, but that scene between Winter and Penny was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I thought it was very wholesome as well. I already talked about Penny at length. I'm probably going to make that its own separate video, just so my thoughts on the situation are clear and present. But yeah, I liked what they did with Penny. I'm happy that they did that, and I hope that as time goes on, I don't know. I just hope that everything that happens with losing Penny is presented in an impactful way, like Winter using the most of her powers and people remembering her. And there might be, you know, if her body is in this new world with Team RWBY, they give her a proper burial and everyone's able to grieve properly and stuff like that. I hope RWBY doesn't blame herself too much, because this plan was to make Penny into a real girl, but I can easily see people like Jean and RWBY, like, blaming themselves for, like, if they never turned her into a real girl, she would have never got fatally wounded, but if they didn't do that, she would have died from the virus, so it was kind of like a lose-lose situation. When is the Oscars? It's going to be sometime in May. We don't have a release date yet because we are literally starting it right now. It's going to take a little bit of time. We're hoping to get the polls out next week, and those polls are going to run for 2 weeks, and then it's going to take an additional week for people to do their recordings because we do have some guests for the Oscars this year. And then the first week, hopefully, of May, or the first weekend of May, I should say, is going to be the Oscars. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Let's see. Oh my gosh, we're like halfway done, guys. God, this stream's gonna be going into 1. Yes, Cat in the Hat is still happening no matter what. God, this stream's been going on for 4.5 hours already. Alright, let's see. I might have to make an informed decision for the future streams that if Super Chats get this long, I might just have to, like... people just might have to take me on good faith that I appreciate the support, but reading through all of these is like a major hassle, and it's just impossible to get through all of them on stream. I don't want anyone to feel like like I said, like I'm ignoring them, but at the same time, like, this is pretty daunting. Like, I think I got, like, well over, like, I don't even know how many Super Chats I got, actually. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't tell me. 24-hour stream. Ugh. I mean, it'd be better if I had a second person that could read off the Super Chats, because I always get, like, so caught off guard or caught up in the moment of my discussion. So it's, so yeah, I do feel... I am going to finish off these, because this is the last episode of the volume, but I think next volume I'm just going to have to, I don't know, I'm just going to have to tell people, like, hey... This is getting kind of hard to keep up with, especially since if I don't get through it in the moment, I have to stack them all up at the end, and, like, this is kind of daunting as well. Yeah. Get a co-host? Yeah, that would be great. It would also probably, these live streams would probably be a lot shorter than if I got someone to keep me on track. But then I'd have to also get someone who's willing to, like, sit through live streams with me. Lorenzo Teague, thank you for your outstanding support, Arnold. Thank you for the super chat. Hunt SD, yo, thank you for the $100 super chat. Gonna be a long hiatus. I missed the besties and Chaircoon, of course. Yeah, I think I read that earlier, actually. Thank you again for that. I appreciate it. Let's see. We answered these. Greetings from Straya. It's 2 a.m. Good God. I don't know when you made that, but it's probably like 6 a.m. now there. So yeah. Allium Strikes, thank you for the $4 super chat. Let's see. Now you know I'm tired when I'm yawning. Just Ryan, thank you for the super chat. Volume 9, Ruby and Blake will seek vengeance against the enemy. Oh boy. That's gonna be interesting. Richard Cranium, I think you missed my previous super chat. I don't miss it intentionally. I do apologize, like I just mentioned, but there's a lot for me to get through. So if I miss some of these, if they slip through the cracks, please don't take offense. Please don't take it personally. I am trying my best. Sins of the Last Dawn, do you think RWBY will start her own academy someday down the line? We actually talked about that last week. Like, when things are done, will there even be a need for academies if the gods come back? Like, if the God of Darkness takes back the Grimm, if Salem and Ozpin die and the world is, like, normal for once, right? The common enemy amongst all of them has been each other and the Grimm, but if they can put aside their differences, work towards fighting Salem, and then that's resolved and the Grimm go away, I think it would be a lot better. For them especially. Catastrophe. You're my favorite RWBY YouTuber. You're my favorite RWBY fan. Oh, wait. You're my favorite RWBY content creator. And by the way, Ironwood's big gun is called martial law. Yeah, it's kind of up in the air whether it's whether we want to decide that it's martial law or capital punishment. Those are both great, I think. Major Johnson, if Arnold was in RWBY, who would / should he be shipped with? I don't know. Can Cal be in there? That's an easy pick right there. Why is it only me? Chaircoon? Yeah, me and Chaircoon. We're like 2 peas in a pod at this point. Kasai Dex, thank you for the super chat. Not to ask a weird question at all, but who's the queen of thick? Willow Schnee or Harriet? Mama Schnee, Best Schnee. Moving on. Next. Sirs and madams, y'all gotta get some sleep tonight. You're gonna need it. Yeah, tomorrow's reaction. Or for people even who didn't watch the finale, like tomorrow's gonna be crazy for non-first members. That's gonna be insane. That guy Jared. If people with silver eyes have a small amount of magic and Ozpin and Salem were the only ones with magic, are all silver-eyed descendants people descendants of Ozpin? No. I think silver eyes are just based on, like, recessive genes, and, like, you know, it's kind of like the, you know, we are all God's children. We all came from the same source, but that doesn't mean we're all necessarily related. So, no. I'm gonna say no. Magic is the remnant of the dust that the second generation of humans that were born from, and thus things like aura and semblances are remnants of that once controlled magic. The silver eyes are just basically RNG. It's basically like RNG genetics of like some people will get silver eyes, some people won't. It's based on your lineage or your tree or whatever, or maybe the god of light is just like you get silver eyes and you get silver eyes and they're spread apart, but I do not believe so. Let's see. Patrick Rose, thank you for the super chat. After rewatching the Volume 8 intro, there's a scene where everyone minus Yang is standing together. Maybe Yang missing in Volume 9. No, I don't believe that. I don't think anything in the Volume 8 intro is going to hint at Volume 9 necessarily. The only thing about the intro that is pretty telling was that Yang was the one who fell furthest down from everybody else when they fell. And, like, obviously that's reflective in the fact that she was one of the first people. She was the first one to fall. Adrian, thank you for the super chat. Could you wear a clip-on tie in honor of Jacques Schnee for the finale, or have an in memoriam for him and for everyone that died this season? Oh, okay, hold on. You guys want to know something funny? The last, like, 10 super chats were from last week's discussion. I'm so fucking tired. I'm tired. I'm officially tired, guys. Holy shit. I think we're done here, though. I think I read through all of the super chats. Or all the ones that I could think of or remember. Yep, all of these. Oh, wait, there are a couple. Hold on, there's a couple more. Wait, hold on. No, wait. We did that one. Dedicate the Oscars to William Pendragon? Yo, that's a good idea. I'll consider it. Not a lot of people get the reference, so I feel like a lot of people who don't watch my content probably will be like, who the fuck is that? So, I don't know. I don't know if we'll do that, but I'll definitely compile all of the chat banter that we went through with William. The only reason I know so much about RWBY is because of you, so thank you. God bless. See y'all you later. Mervyn Christopher, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Zach Feifel, theory, Salem indoctrinates Ironwood to wipe out sentient life on Remnant. Honestly, I thought they were going to do some crazy, like, yo, bring him, we'll use him as an experiment and turn him into, like, some crazy-ass, like, grim, Terminator. Here's the thing, too, I still don't, we don't know shit about Ironwood. Like, why is he half robot? I still want to know about that, and we don't have anything on that. So, like, unless they're going to do some crazy-ass, like, OVA, like, prequel story stuff with, like, Ozpin and Crow and Ironwood and Glinda in the past and all that stuff, I don't know. I just want more, and I really hope Ironwood's not dead. Kid Caden, bro, I love your content. I can't wait to see your reaction tomorrow. It broke me, to be honest. Penny's death was tragic and just so sad to watch, and I miss her so much. Yeah, it's going to be bittersweet to say bye to her, but, you know, we'll always have the memories. We'll have the previous volumes to go back and rewatch for those feel-good moments. She has a dedicated song, which is great as well. So there are some things that we can be happy about. I want to say this. I've wanted to say this for a while. Ren's semblance could be called hide and seek. He can hide from the grim and seek out people with their emotions. That's pretty pog, actually. Holy shit. And this is the last super chat that I'm reading, because I'm fucking dead at this point. And that is, I am sad that I have to leave before the end of the stream, but I have work. I have to work a double shift, so I have to go. Goodbye and good night, everybody. Commander Panther. Thank you so very much. That is it. If I did not read your super chat, I apologize. I've been going for way too long, and I'm tired. I still need to eat dinner. My girlfriend went to bed without me. Well, not without me. Like, we're not even together, but, like, usually we chat before we head to bed, but that's my fault. But, I'm going to read the Cat in the Hat, and then we're going to call it a night. Thank you guys all so much for the donations as well. Manuel, Cross, Joseph Frazier, Corporal Russo, Danny C, Ricky Ricky G209. Thank you guys all for the donations. I really wish I could read those out, but I've been going on for way too long. Like, this stream's like fucking 7 hours long. Like, my God. Anyways, Ember, I will read yours out because it's like right there. As a fan who has been here for majority of the discussion since you started them, thank you for giving us a place to gather each week to discuss the show we love. It's been a blast. I will miss you all during the hiatus. Love you. See you for the RTX / Volume 9 hype train. Absolutely. I'm still going to be around, though. I'm going to be getting back to Red versus Blue. I'm going to be posting. I'm going to be streaming a lot more, like Genshin Impact and PlayStation 5 and stuff like that. So I'll still be around posting other content, and hopefully here and there I'll have some RWBY stuff to discuss and talk about, especially when the animations for the Fairy Tale book comes out. I'll definitely be covering that. And I'll also be covering the RWBY video game whenever that comes out. So there's definitely going to be more content across the board before, you know, RWBY Volume 9 most likely. And we also have the soundtrack, which I'm definitely going to be covering that as well. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're back. We're back where it all began. The Oscars? Yeah, the Oscars is next month, but I mean in terms of, like, consistent RWBY content. We always close out with the most top-tier content possible. Nothing but the best for my community. So this is the last page that we're going to be reading for Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat for RWBY Volume 8. The Chapter 14 finale. We are currently on page 6. Pictures, too. I'm trying to just get it in the shot here. And it goes as follows. We looked, then we saw him step in on the mat. We looked, and we saw him, the cat in the hat. And he said to us, "Why do you sit there like that?" Hello there, Mr. Breaking and Entering. How dare you criticize these children who are in their house that you just happen to barge in like you own the place, and then you question why they're there, why they're sitting in their own house, because they can't go outside because it's raining. How dare you? I'm calling the police. Anyways, and that's where we're going to leave it off for the volume. I'll be back with the Cat in the Hat continuation series when we do the Volume 8 soundtrack, and then we're going to pick it back up with Volume 9 and Volume 10 and things of that nature. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you guys all so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate all the love, all of the support. It's fucking late. It is 1 o'clock in the morning my time. I should have been, yeah, I have to reevaluate, especially super chats. I could have been done, I could have gotten off like 40 minutes ago, 30, 40 minutes ago. Oh, I can turn off super chat. I can turn off slow chat. Pog. Okay. Hold on. Freedom. Freedom! Y'all deserve it. Okay. So with that all said, so before I close the stream, I just want to reflect. I gotta take a sip of water. I've been talking for 6 hours. Before I close out, I just want to say that the support that has been shown for the RWBY Volume 8 content this year has blown out any type of metrics or any type of milestones and overall growth that I've had on my channel to date. Subscribers, watch time, viewer retention, Patreon support. This volume has been really extensive, right? We had a 2-month hiatus. We had a 2-month hiatus. We had that extended week break for the weather situation that was going on in Texas, that delayed the volume by a week. But this has been the best reception of content in the 8 years that I've been working on my channel, in the 8 years that I've been covering RWBY since Volume 1 to now. Between the reactions, the live stream discussions, the mini segments of the live stream discussions that people who can't be here for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours at a time can watch, get my thoughts, and move on with their day and really appreciate and enjoy. My ship posting is at like next level proportions. We did a Chair-kun pop-off video this morning. I did like the no strings on me for Penny. I had that other video a couple days ago, like, it'll be just like Beacon again, like, reception through the roof, absolutely crazy. And I don't say it enough. I usually say it at the beginning and at the end of a volume, but y'all have really changed my life in ways that I don't think I'll ever be able to properly thank you or express. I'm able to live pretty comfortably, on my own, making content that I enjoy, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's RWBY or video games or Red vs. Blue, or Persona or Kingdom Hearts or whatever the case might be. This has like really changed my life. Like, I never thought when I started my channel that I would be able to do the things that I see other people doing and have a community of awesome people that, is really great with banter and really great with, community creator content and chemistry, like the Chair-kun memes and the iced memes and all that stuff. The Discord support has been phenomenal. I've made so many great friends over the years of people who originally were fans of mine, and now I consider them some of my closest friends that I see every year, or I used to see every year at RTX. Hopefully 2022 will be a return to form for that. But, this was a show that I got introduced to initially because of my brother, because of my remembrance of Monty, and Volume 1 is what got me into Rooster Teeth. It's what got me into RWBY, into the community, especially with Volume 2. I started making content in Volume 1 up until now. I look at my old videos and they're trash. I look at my videos now and they're some of the best work that I've made, and that's reflected in the fact that people like you guys tune in, you guys leave support, you guys are super encouraging. I can't believe that there's still 500 of you guys here at 1 o'clock in the morning listening to me close out this live stream discussion. Like, that's crazy to me. And I don't really say it enough, but like, I've been able to help my friends. I've been able to help my family. I've been able to help my mom financially, especially, whether it's things that they want or things that they need. I've been able to do a lot of things that I've never really been able to do because of the support of you guys. And whether it's because of just RWBY season around, or whether it's year-round for people who enjoy all facets of content that I make, it can't be undersold that I would not be even a tenth of where I am right now without you guys. I don't even know what my life would be like if my channel wasn't successful and didn't take off when it did. And I never forget that. I always try to remember that I'm incredibly fortunate, because I did come from a place of working hard, working one job, working 2 jobs, busting my ass for little to no payoff, and now I'm able to really just be myself and be truly and unapologetically me. And I just appreciate you guys for that, sincerely. I know I've been rambling this entire time, so I don't want to drag on too much. But I just want to say that I really appreciate all of you guys who enjoy the content, who are positive, who are uplifting, who don't cause problems with other people, and who ultimately just like to enjoy being a part of the community. Like I said, whether it's for the reactions, the live stream discussions, the memes and the shit posts, the Twitter banter, the Discord hangouts, or whatever the case might be. And your support goes way further than you'll ever know. And that goes for me, that goes for my friends and my family and my future. And I'm just grateful to know that I'm able to do this for as long as I have done it. And I hope to be able to continue to do it for as long as possible. And I'm always thinking, especially this year, reassessing myself, reassessing what I can do, what I'm capable of doing, what I'm incapable of doing by myself, asking for help, and kind of pushing the content to the next level as I feel like it needs to be. Because, you know, RWBY's not going to last forever. RWBY's not going to last forever. And I always want to try new things and do new things as well. So I'm just going to leave it off there and just saying that Volume 8 of RWBY is without a doubt one of the most successful things that my channel has been a part of, and that is in no small part to your guys' support, watching the content, subscribing for it, leaving comments, supporting me on Patreon, checking out my Twitch streams. Like, it really does go a long way. Even if you're there just to say hi, it's uplifting. It lets me know that people are interested, and it keeps me going. And I'm just very grateful for that. So with all that said, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I am fucking tired. I need to eat dinner. I'm going to be back tomorrow in the chat for the finale reaction for RWBY Volume 8, Chapter 14. My premiere goes live at 12, so non-first members will be able to check it out as well. But that's going to do it for me. This was a great volume. I am really, really glad that you guys were along for the ride, as you guys always have been. But this year was like unlike any other. And now we're going to be getting into new territory that we've never been exposed to within the RWBY series, with this new island and all the theories and speculations. We still have a RWBY game. We have another book by E.C. Myers. We have a game. We have a book by E.C. Myers. We have the fantasy. I'm sorry. We have the Fairy Tales of Remnant book that's going to be coming out, or the Fairy Tales of Remnant animation that's coming out. We have the soundtrack that's going to be coming out. We have RTX that's going to be during the summer. So there's still going to be a lot of content to go around, and I'm always going to be around to cover and talk about this show that we all know and love. But yeah, I think for now, that's going to do it for me. Again, one last time, thank you guys so much for the support. I really hope you guys continue to check out all the other content as it comes out. The Oscars will be done in about a month, so that's going to be a really great cap-off for the volume and a celebration of RWBY and the volume overall. But thank you guys all so much. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the hiatus as best you can. I'll be memeing. I'll be around, and I will see you guys all in the next one. Good night. Bye, everybody. Joseph, thank you for the last super chat.